Dean of the School of Engineering, Professor Pedro Arezes, dear Professor José Machado, the Director of the Research Center Algoritmi, dear Paulo Mendes, the Director of the Research Center CIMEMS. I would like to start thanking you for having a slot in your agenda to be here in this first symposium of the doctoral program. Thank you very much. Dear invited speaker, Professor Luís Adriano, it's a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for accepting our invitation to share your expertise in ethics in engineering. Thank you very much. Dear PDEEC students, they are actively participating as a poster or as an oral presentation. Thank you also for sharing your work with us. Dear delegates, dear attendees, welcome to the first symposium of the doctoral program in Electronics, Engineering and Computers. Today we organize a full-day event. We will start with the talk of Professor Luís Adriano on ethics, a relevant topic we are very fond to share with you. Then we have the posters of our final year students. You can see in the other room. Please go there and see and talk with our researchers. Then in the afternoon, after lunch, where you are all invited to go with us to the Rampa B to make a kind of a social piece of a program together. And then after lunch we have a round table, not very round, but more like a rectangle table, with our PDEEC graduates that are working here in Portugal, in Braga or abroad. And the idea is for them to give their feeling, perception regarding their work and what our doctoral program contributes to where they are doing, what they are doing now. We conclude with 3 oral presentations of our first year PDEEC students. As you may notice, this is this is an hybrid approach. We are here face to face, and also we have streaming through YouTube. I think this is an heritage from the pandemic situation we lived and are still living in, that comes to stay, this hybrid approach. We can have face-to-face, we can share face-to-face experience, and also we can go to some people that are in other places that cannot be with us. I must confess that I missed very much these face-to-face events, so I'm very glad to be here with you and to share. We are social beings, so this is part of what we are, so I'm glad to do this. I conclude, and not so much words, but I must give some acknowledgements to some of the people who participate in the organization of this event. And first to the office, Communication and Image Office of the School of Engineering, Diogo, Ana and Maria João, for their support in making this possible technologically. Also to the library to host these events in this pleasant room, and also to Gabriel Pinto that makes all things run, put everything running in for this symposium. Thank you all very much. So enjoy the day and welcome. Okay, thank you very much. Then a few words, if I may ask Professor Paulo Mendes, if you may give us some words, please.
Good morning. I was thinking that would be the president first, no, but...
No, the president is the last one.
The most important is at the end. Okay.
Comes at the end. The least important person in this table speaks first, and the most important speaks last.
The most important should be first, because...
No, it's the other way around.
If we have a problem...
Okay. In the middle, the most important.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here. So, is the mission of the research centers to contribute to the high-level graduation, and for PhD level is one of the top graduation levels. So CMEMS participates in this doctoral program. I think we will have a nice event this morning with some talking with the students to share with them some experience. Some of them are in the beginning, some of them are at the end, at the middle, so some will have different experience maybe to talk with us. And at the moment, CMEMS, I think we have 7 to 8 PhD students in this program. So it's an important program for CMEMS, of course. Congratulations for the event. I think that's all. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Filomena, for the invitation. Thank you also to the keynote speaker for this presentation. Thank you for everybody that will make this afternoon their presentation. Also, in the part of algorithm, we see this event as a good practice in the divulgation of the program, the PhD programs. In algorithm, we have several PhD programs. We have more than 100 students in PhD programs. Of course, this program is very important for algorithm. We have a lot of students in this program. Algorithm as a group in industrial electronics that is one of the support of the PhD program. We have 3 laboratories in algorithm that make research, very important research in these areas. For example, in very important topics such as energy, robotics, embedded systems. Of course, they are also very important for the development of intelligent systems. That is also a priority in algorithm, in our research. The topic, for example, of ethics is very important. It is a concern of Europe now, which is a vision very different from the vision of the Americans and in Asia. For example, the development of the systems of the future. There is also very difficulties in the market for the students, because you are very important for the markets. There are less students in this area, so it is also important that the students have this kind of post-graduation and to be in order to be in the market in a different way. So congratulations for the organization. I hope that it will be of course a success, this event, and we can be in the next year in the second edition of the symposium. Thank you very much.
Professor Pedro.
Good morning to everyone. So I don't know how the protocol should be, but I feel very comfortable to speak at the end because I was expecting to say a few words in Portuguese. So I use this time to use my Google Translator and try to have some words in English as well. So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you to organize this session, especially, of course, Gabriel and Filomena, because I think you were the one more involved in this organization. But of course, I also want to address a congratulation to all the people that were involved in this organization. It's a twofold pleasure to be here today. So first, to have the opportunity to address you some words, and the second one, of course, is to say thank you to Filomena, your PhD director right now, but also to say goodbye, because I think it's public that you know that your director is going a little bit higher, and Professor Filomena Soares will take a role on our rectoral team. So hopefully everything will be perfectly done. So wish you all the best for your new position. Thank you very much, Filomena. For my words, I will just say that the School of Engineering of the University of Minho aspires at being a place of multidisciplinary approaches and research, and also a place to foster collaborations and networking. So I think this type of event is right what we need to establish to share with other people what we are doing. And by doing that, we can establish, of course, links and network with other projects and enrich our work with this collaboration. And I also want to highlight one thing that is particularly fun to me, which is the topic of the seminar that will be addressed in a few moments, which is ethics and integrity in academic research. I think it's quite important for us at the School of Engineering. First, because it's part of our main values. We want to be engineers, very technically developed, of course, but we want to do also with integrity and with ethics in all the activities that we are doing. And the second point is that specifically on areas that are related with computers and electronics as well, but especially for the new, what we call the new topics of AI, artificial intelligence and robotics and you name it, there's a lot of challenges regarding ethics and integrity. So it's not only about coding or programming and an algorithm, it's also about understanding the impact of what are you proposing in your research. So I think the seminar is quite important for all the students, but of course for all that are attending this event also by streaming. So I think I spent all my text in English. And I just want to wish you a fruitful event. And I want to apologize because I won't stay with you the rest of the event, just until the coffee break. But I hope you have a fruitful event, and all the people at home or at offices that are watching us by streaming, they can also enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody. I'd like to greet Mr. Dean in the very first place, the other colleagues. I'd like to thank especially Professor Filomena, who directly invited me. I'm very honored to be here. I'd like to greet all of the students, PhD students, and well, let me just start. Thank you again for the invitation. Well, the title you have seen it here. And for a start, I'd like to show you a summary of the main topics of this presentation. I'll start with the motivation for this presentation. Then I'll ask a preliminary question. You will see what it is. What about scientific innovation? What is it? What is good for? Distinguishing morality, ethics, deontology could be useful sometimes. Sometimes there are confusions. Ethics and in science, values and the risks they are challenged by. The role of error in science. There are different types of errors that we can make. They are not all the same gravity or equally seriously. And a final talk about social responsibility in scientific innovation. I think it's a very important topic, at least in my view. So I'll end this presentation with some notes about this important topic, and of course some concluding remarks quite quickly. So, starting, motivation. Why did I think in the very first place about this precise talk? In my view, the main motivation is the Bologna process. Why? Because according to the Bologna process, which dates from 1999, higher education, meaning curricular work, master thesis, PhD thesis, everything must be done equally well, but in less time. Another topic I think is quite relevant is that everything is centered on the student instead of on the teacher. When I was a student, the teacher was lecturing. We were just supposed to be passive listeners. Now, the student is the center of everything. So the student must have decision-making autonomy. The student must have some activity, proactivity. How is the student supposed to have it while you are young? You are, sorry to say that, but you are inexperienced in a way. So how can we ask you autonomy? How can we ask you proactivity if you are not that experienced? Well, so this poses a major problem. And within this context, I think some help will be necessary, will be useful, in order for integrity of scientific knowledge to be acknowledged as such. So this is the idea. This is my main motivation. 3 main books, excellent books because they are I'm the author of all the things. They are in Portuguese, but for those wishing to read something in English, there are further reading. I think I send it to Professor Filomena, so you must have them already. A preliminary question: who can be a researcher? Meaning, is it necessary to be a good researcher, to be a genius like Leonardo da Vinci, who was also an artist, Mona Lisa? Is it necessary to invent the helicopter, to invent the catapult concepts? Is it necessary to be a genius like him to be a good researcher? Or, more recently, more close to us, is it necessary to be some genius as well, like Albert Einstein, who some 100 years ago predicted mathematically the existence of a black hole? Should we be like him to be a good researcher? Gosh. Should we be some caricatural characters like Turtlesol or Sparrow to be a good researcher? The good news is absolutely not. Not why? Because the concept of researcher has been dramatically democratized in the last decades. And so someone like you and I and all of us, we are dressed casually. We go to the fitness, we have a drink with friends. But this kind of average people, men on the street, can be excellent researchers and are excellent researchers. Why so? Because nowadays, innovation does not progress through a stroke of genius discoveries, but instead, knowledge, scientific knowledge, progresses mainly by 2 ways. Disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation, I mean by that giant leaps like laser, DNA, the Higgs boson. I will talk about the Higgs boson again later. The steam motor. This is disruptive innovation. But more frequently, it's just incremental innovation. What is it? What is incremental innovation? It's what you are all doing, I suppose, unless you are genius. Hope you are. But the most probable thing is that you increment scientific knowledge because you are doing a thesis, because you are publishing a paper, because you are part of a team. And the team is colleague with other teams abroad. And communication is immediate, is for free. We have all the conditions to be complementary. So everything goes very far in terms of scientific knowledge through small steps. No need to have big steps, small steps, because we are many, because we are linked, because we are connected for free. So those are the conditions for us to be great researchers. Of course, there is a price for that. There is a price to pay. Perhaps you are guessing what is the price. If we are that many researchers, is there enough money for all of them? For all of us? Perhaps not. And this is a problem. This is a problem because this is a progression of number of researchers in the last decades. And this is the money. Funding is not matching the growth of the scientific community. So this is a problem. And the problem is that we are generating competitions. There is one single bone. We are many dogs. It's a problem. And this competition has other views. For instance, you know perhaps this main sentence, publish or perish. If we don't publish, we don't exist. We perish as scientists, of course. So we must publish to exist as scientists. And so everybody wants to publish at any cost, at any price. So the editors must ask for the help of peer reviewers, in order to filter the quality of things that we would like to publish at any cost. So this gentleman has a manuscript. He's submitting the manuscript to the journal. He wants it to be published. But prior to be published, he will be hard beaten by all the peer reviews, because nowadays it's harder and harder to get published in good journals. So in these conditions, it is perhaps tempting to use some strategies, shortcuts to publish in order to exist as scientists at any cost. Lots of things could be said about this, but you are perhaps guessing that those shortcuts can put at risk ethics and integrity of scientific knowledge. So this is the topic of this talk. What is scientific innovation about? What are the objectives? What are the main phases? And who are the key players? Well, if you look at this picture, it's coming from one of my books. You see this gentleman is working hard just to transport these pieces of wood. He is using a wheelbarrow, but look at the wheel. Something weird in the wheel. So someone behind you say, hey, can I help you? Sorry. I say, please don't disturb me. I'm working. Can't you see I'm working? So this is the opposite of the spirit of innovation. Now, Daniel Boostin used to say the greatest obstacle to discovery is not ignorance. It is the illusion of knowledge. And you know from popular wisdom that the real blind man is he that does not want to see. So innovation is exactly the opposite. Why research? What are you intending to do through research? Well, to address needs and opportunities for improvement. But also, in your case, let's be pragmatic, you want to accomplish a PhD. Why not? Of course. And perhaps you want to move to a new subject. Lots of people just want to move to new in order to satisfy intellectual needs. But all the time there is a question. There is a question which should be not answered yet. And the role of research is to answer that question. So the idea is to select a question and then to find conclusive answers to that question. And once the solutions and the answers are found, what is the next step? Sharing the conclusion, the answers with those interested. And who are those interested? Scientific community and society at large. So, in a nutshell, there are three main phases. I could develop that, but we have not enough time. But there are three main phases through which scientific knowledge progresses. First, we select and pose a question, which is still not answered. Then, we collect, we collect results in order to find a response, an answer to that question. And once we have the answer to the question, we share it with scientific community and society, as I was saying before. So these are the three main steps. Of course, they should be developed, but well, we can talk about everything you wish afterwards. Who are the key players? You, scientific community, meaning universities or other higher education institutions, companies that are interested, companies that are aware of the fact that they have to innovate in order to survive, not like before, research laboratories, scientific associations, order of engineers, for instance, foundations, Champalimaud, whatsoever, and of course the editors. They are crucial to sharing the innovation. Who are the recipients? Society. Society buys the product, uses the product of innovation, pays for them, pays taxes in order to fund the research. So society is very demanding, and this is logic. So society must be aware of what is being done. So the scientific community must communicate with society and all the time having society aware of what is being done. So society wants to interact, to influence what kind of research we are doing. And so society demands to have trust on the results of research. Oh, and this is again about ethics. Trust is a key word. Society must be confident about the reliability of the results. Okay. Why am I distinguishing morality, ethics, deontology? I don't think it is absurd. Look at this. I've been confronted with these kind of objections. Hey, what's the matter about ethics? Ethics? Why ethics? Why discussing ethics? What's the point? Is this a matter for priests? Another objection. I'm an adult. I know quite well what is the difference between right and wrong. And anyway, whatever you say, you discuss at will, the result will be the same. Nothing will change. So it's completely pointless to discuss about ethics. So these are objections. Of course, I don't agree with this, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Let me tell you something, which is quite recent. I'm just coming 3 days ago. I was still in Geneva. And I noticed a job offer from a company, and this was published in September. Of course, all of you want to have a nice job. This is a nice job. It's about executive director, new market development of a pharmaceutical company. Well, but what are the companies, the competencies that are asked for potential appliers? Well, first, education degree must be an MBA or a PhD is a plus, but not indispensable. But the first competence that is demanded, I can swear you, is ethics. Then, Other things come afterwards: planning, organizing, communication, teamwork, adaptability, technical skills, dependability, quality, analytical, problem solving, problem management. But at the very first place, ethics, meaning treats people with respect. I'm quoting: inspires the trust of others, works with integrity and ethically, upholds organizational values. I'll talk about that afterwards. So, this is a job offer. 15 days ago. 1 month ago. I'd like to distinguish, because sometimes there is small confusion. Morality is, perhaps we can debate on this. In my view, morality is the concept, very concept of right and wrong. Depends on the context. Depends on geography, religion, politics, culture, ethnicity, lots of factors. I give you an example. Imagine a common girl in Europe with a mini shirt, a mini skirt. Well, there's no problem at all. Go to Afghanistan. It's not that simple. So, what is good, what is right here is completely wrong elsewhere, sometimes. So, morality is very often dependent on the context. Opposite to that, ethics is a reflection about moral values. It aims to be critical. It aims to maximize benefits and minimize harm. It aims to be comprehensive, objective, consensual. The idea is to be rational. So if it is rational, based on rational arguments, it aims its ambitions to be universally accepted. So this is my view. The ontology, well, lots of norms, rules that are the result of ethical reflection, but which are applied to specific professional contexts. Engineering, the ontology, for instance, we know that. They result from the critical ethical reflection. So, in a nutshell, ethics is about three main things. What I'd like to do, what I can do, and what I ought to do. So if we have a balance between these three topics, we are well positioned in terms of ethics, I would say. Values and risks in ethics, in science. Well, I've thought about this chain, which I call the chain of trust. Again, it's a personal view. The basis of the chain of trust is values. Values. What values? We shall see it. But values in science, at the individual level first, then at the team level also. So the basis is values. Well, those values are useful for daily practice in order to implement ethical conduct. What for? What's the objective? The objective is to reach integrity. Integrity of what? Of the scientific community and also scientific knowledge. And what for? Again, in order for everybody, trust everybody. Who is everybody? It is the scientific community, who must trust among themselves inside the scientific community, and also within the relation between the scientific community and society at large. So between scientific community and society there must be trust. So the starting value, the starting point is values in science. So what values are we talking about? Let me suggest you a recipe, and perhaps we could use it later for other purposes, for the self-plagiarism, for instance. This is a cold melon soup. What are the ingredients? Ingredients: diced bacon, 1 melon, cream, salt to taste. How is it prepared? We peel and liquidize the melon. We add the cream and the salt. We stir well, pass through a sieve and place in the refrigerator. At the same time, independently, we fry the bacon. And when everything is ready, we serve the soup well chilled, adding the bacon. And what is the result of this? So, something went wrong. What's the problem? What went wrong? There's a small detail missing in this recipe. So this recipe cannot be reproduced because it doesn't work, and the real recipe does work. What is the small detail that is missing? 1 lemon. 1 lemon. 1 lemon. This small detail makes a whole difference. Why? Because we just add the lemon to the juice. The rest is absolutely equal. But look at the result. Wow. So the problem was a small detail, but which made a great big difference. Why am I saying this? Why did I think about this recipe? If I read a paper, scientific paper, what do I want it for? I want to read the paper, and I want to use it as a first step in order to then build up my own contribution to scientific knowledge. The paper I'm reading is the first step. So in order for the first step to be solid, and for me to jump on it, it must be solid. The first condition for it to be solid is that I'm able to reproduce what is reported in the paper. If there is a small lemon which is missing in the report, I cannot reproduce the paper. And perhaps I can spend lots and lots of days and weeks and months or even years trying to reproduce something which is absolutely non-repeatable because it is not correctly reported. Why is it not correctly reported? Because it's not complete. Why so? Because there is a small detail missing. There is a lemon. Or sometimes, that sometimes we're talking about ethics, so misconduct may arise as well. And sometimes, on purpose or not, with a report, we can replace the lemon by an orange. You spoil everything. This is a small detail. Is it on purpose? Is it not? That depends. But it may happen, and the consequences are enormous. So, values in science at individual level. Integrity, we're talking about that. Responsibility, inclusion, no discrimination, no sexual discrimination, no religious discrimination, ethical discrimination, no discrimination at all. But there are other values, and reproducibility is about the recipe I was talking about. Reproducibility. If reports are not complete, something is very serious. We have a problem. Verifiability. Confidence. Well, other values. Excellence is a very training term. We must put the best we can do in what we are doing. Quality. It's about quality. Honesty, clarity, transparency, neutrality, justice, courage, and respect. Openness to debate and criticism. If there were no openness to debate and criticism, perhaps we should still think that the sun is going around the earth and not the opposite. There must be sometimes we stop, we think, we reflect, and we must accept new ideas, new ways of thinking. So openness to debate and criticism. And of course, as we were saying in the very beginning, teamwork. This means teamwork. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This is African wisdom. Acknowledgement of others' work, be them scientists or not, their work must be acknowledged and identified. This is all the opposite of plagiarism. Of course, we shall talk about plagiarism at the end, the role of error. Those values are threatened in a daily basis. Why? We talked about competition. There's not enough money for everybody, so competition. This is a threat for those values. In terms of career development, what I cited as publish or perish. Also, sometimes the lack of ethical culture, which raises a sentiment of impunity. Look at this student in an exam. Look at his left hand. Well, I cannot say that I've been honest in all my exams, but well, this may happen. This should not be tolerated because there is a sentiment of impunity which results from this lots of times. Lack of discipline. If there is no discipline, there is no programmation. Things are not programmed in due time. So procrastination, because hey, I'll do it later. I'll do now. My priorities are not that topic, but it should be. But I'm not prepared to address it. So I just say it's not a priority for me. So this is procrastination. Which leads very often to makeshift procedures, which is not a good thing in science. Conflicts of interest and of commitment. I won't go into detail about conflicts of interest and commitment, but we can talk about that during the discussion. I try to respect the time limitation, so I won't go into the detail, but we can discuss about that. This is an interesting topic. Lack of ethics statements, and perhaps lack of teaching ethics. We can discuss that as well, but I think ethics should be the object of teaching at higher level institutions, but also at the secondary school level. The consequences of challenging those values, well, unpredictable human and material damage. I was saying before, loss of time and resources trying to replicate something which is not correctly described, cannot be replicated as it is reported. And there is a spreading effect. Generally it starts with one element, then it spreads to the team, then to the scientific community, and in the worst case it goes to society, which very often means a scandal. TV is coming, Correio da Manhã is coming. Loss of scientific reputation. Scientific reputation is very slow to conquer, but it's quick, very quick to erode. If there is no scientific, loss of scientific reputation, there is loss of confidence. Society must trust scientific community. If it does not, there is loss of confidence. If society does not trust, there is loss of funding. So everything is spoiled in a way. So this is about scientific integrity, all about scientific integrity. Perhaps you were saying that we should have a break now.
it was programmed to be at 11, but we have some minutes. We start after schedule. So
This is just a stopping point. I think the role of I can.
As you wish.
Okay. No, if I'd like to we have it united, and
Okay.
it takes and we would free Mr. Dean. So
Okay.
is it
Yes.
okay?
Is it okay?
Let's have a break. It would be at 11, so we have just 1 minute, 3 minutes in advance. So see you in 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay.
We can go to the other room, have a coffee break, have a coffee and eat something. So please, to the other room. Meanwhile, you can go around also to see the posters. So please.
The next topic, as I mentioned it in the very beginning, is the role of error in science. The idea is the following: is in scientific research, is everything perfect? Of course not. There are errors. Are they equally serious? No, they are not. There are different types of errors. So perhaps we should dip a little bit more into the subject, the role of error in science. Please take a look at this. Yeah, there you go.
Elfmeter Witz beim Spiel um den Oberliga-Aufstieg in Südtirol. Beim Stand von 4:4 tritt Michael Palmer vom ASV Tramin an und setzt den Ball gegen die Latte. Loris Angeli ist außer sich vor Glück. Der Torwart von Dro Calcio stürmt aus seinem Kasten. Palmer hingegen kann es nicht fassen. Beide bemerken allerdings nicht, dass der Ball noch im Spiel ist und ganz langsam und allmählich doch noch den Weg ins Tor findet. Die Schiedsrichter geben den Treffer.
You can draw lots of conclusions from but well, let me just try some of them. Many errors in science could be, can be, could be, should be avoided. Not all possible scientific errors are irreversible. The concept of iterative process, iterative research, we can develop a little bit more about that in the discussion if you wish. But well, research, so that we can slightly change the initial hypothesis and get a slightly different conclusion, which hopefully is the good answer to the question. So this is kind of, we can restart again. This is the concept of iterative research. Not all errors in science are equally serious. In science, nothing should be taken for granted. And nothing should be taken for lost either, actually. Well, honest mistakes in the very first place are a type of mistake which is absolutely legitimate. What do I mean by this? You know, science is performed by humans. And humans are not perfect. Humans, they use instruments, theoretical, laboratory, whatsoever. They use instruments that are made by humans, so they are not perfect either. So every research has a starting point, and the starting point is a level of scientific knowledge at the moment the research is performed. And this can evolve, the scientific knowledge, and perhaps another research which comes afterwards, when scientific knowledge is already a little bit more advanced, can arrive at conclusions which are different. So the formers were wrong. Is this an error which should not be accepted? There's no way not to accept it. We did our best. So, scientific knowledge is built by humans. So are the theoretical and experimental instruments. Limited knowledge at the time, meaning the state of the art. That's what I mean by when I do my own research, even if I do it the best as I can. I must accept the level of knowledge at the moment where I perform my research. And perhaps afterwards things change and the conclusions change. So my former conclusions were wrong. I give you an example. I call this honest, but not me. I'm not the only person calling this honest mistakes or legitimate mistakes. But once they are detected, if they are really honest mistakes, they must be immediately acknowledged in the very first place. And then, if they were, if the wrong conclusions were published, for instance, in a journal, the correction and the acknowledgement and the correction and the new conclusions should be published immediately, if possible, using the same support that was used for the wrong conclusion, so that everybody is aware of the fact that there is a change. An example. I bought this at the CERN in Geneva 3 weeks ago, and in the CERN they have a particle accelerator. Most of you know it already. The idea is to reply to the following question: what is the most elementary particle of matter? If this question was asked to someone scientific, scientist some centuries ago, perhaps he would say it's a stone. It's a small stone. No, it's a stone. Then science evolved, the state of the art evolved, and the conclusion was, no, the most elementary particle of matter is the atom. Oops! No. Oh, sorry. No. Later on. No. It's no more. No longer the atom. It's the electron. And then electronic microscopes and so on evolved. So they say, no, it's not the electron. It's the proton. And in 2012, the predictions of Higgs were confirmed at the CERN. Particles accelerated, protons are made to collide, and when they collide, they simply fall apart. And the Higgs boson was observed exactly with the same particle, with the same properties that were predicted by Higgs before 2012. So this is the very last, as far as I know, and as far as the CERN can conclude, the answer to the question, which is the most elementary particle of matter, is the Higgs boson. But from 2012 until now, the speed of the accelerator has been almost double, as far as I know. And they are building new rings, bigger rings with a bigger radius. This will have consequences for sure. And perhaps in the near future, we say it's the Higgs boson. Oops, no, it's something else. I don't know. Up to scientists to discover. But this is an honest mistake. All those mistakes, oops, are legitimate because they were based on the state of the art at the moment the research was performed. Another example is the weather forecast. We do our best to predict, to forecast the weather, but it's been improved. But lots of errors arise. Should they criticize? Should they be criticized? I don't think so. We try our best, calculating, observing, but I had a student, master student, who used to say, he is an engineer, used to say, engineering is about error. is mainly about error. What we do is try to err less and less. But error will still be there. The absolute truth is not reachable. Well, but this is about the honest mistake. Is it the only way to err in science? Life gives us some common laws. One of them is the law of accident. Insurance covers everything except what happened. This is a law. But there is another law, for instance, law of queuing. I call it the law of queuing. If you go to a supermarket and you want to pay your bill, your line is always the is always the slowest. The slowest. And there is a paragraph. If you lose patience and you change the way, the new one will be the lowest. So this is a very common law of life. Another law of life is the medicine pack. The medicine pack is that if you have a flu, for instance, and you want to buy this medicine, if you are hurried, you open one side, and what you get, in order to have a pill, you have a pill, yes, but another pill. You want a pill, and you have instead the patient instruction leaflet. Pill as well, but a different one. Well, why did I mention all those laws, and we could find lots of others? Because I'd like to mention and to stress and to highlight the Murphy's Law. And what is the Murphy's Law about? You know it, but just to highlight its value. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. And this is a paragraph very important. It will go wrong at the worst moment very often. I just took this example. Imagine that this driver is always driving and talking on his cell phone. Nothing happens, but when it happens, he ran over a young boy who was riding a cycle with very serious consequences. So this is the Murphy's Law. We should never underestimate the Murphy's Law. Never. Well, so if we underestimate the Murphy's Law, it is not on purpose, but we may commit some errors which could be serious. Well, this is about misconduct in research, not involving deception. Afterwards, you can guess the other one. It is accidental. It is not on purpose. So, because it is not on purpose, it does not affect directly scientific integrity. No, it doesn't. Still, it may have serious consequences. Examples: negligent work. Ignoring Murphy's Law. How can I be negligent? Being incompetent? Haste, carelessness, inattention. Nothing is of this is about the will to deceive. No. We don't want to deceive, but still it may have serious consequences if we underestimate Murphy's Law. Look at this. If I'm doing some clinical trials and I just jump over one phase, for instance, a topic, I may kill lots of volunteers. If I'm building a bridge and I don't do all the tests that I should have done, the bridge may collapse because it was not my intention, of course, but I did not perform all the tests that I should have performed. Even recently, there was a very serious case, a new building in Africa, I cannot remember the country, but, well, and it was not on purpose, of course. So medicine, engineering, lots of other areas of activity, consequences generally remain, because it's not on purpose. Consequences generally remain inside the scientific community, because the scientific community has has ways of controlling the consequences and correcting what is wrong generally. So the spreading effect does not go into society generally through this kind of errors. Is it the only way of erring? No. Misconduct in research involving deception. This is the worst, the more serious way to commit, to make mistakes. They are deliberate. There is the intention to deceive. So, because of that, it affects scientific integrity. It's very serious. 3 ways of doing this kind of misconduct. FFP. Fabrication, falsification, plagiarism. Fabrication. Making up, inventing data or results. Generally, it's not about the whole research procedure. It's about some topics that we didn't have enough time to perform. So we say that we did perform that experiment. So we are lying, and we also invent the result of the experiment that we are reporting that we did not perform. So we are double lying. So this is fabrication. It's very rare that fabrication is about the whole research. It happened, but it's very rare. You must be a genius to invent a whole procedure. But small topics, yes, it's very common, unfortunately. Another way of doing misconduct is falsification. Falsification is about changing or misreporting data or results, even if we are omitting some aspects. An example. Look at this. I have an experiment, and there is a variable B which depends on variable A. So I'm doing some measurements just to see how is the relationship between B and A, and I do an experiment. I take a first point. I'm warming up this room, and I'm taking temperatures a long time. Okay, so I'm constantly warming the room. But normally, I hope the variation will be linear. I don't know. Well, but anyway, I do another experiment. Hey, they are all in a straight line. So hopefully the variation is linear, which is good. But hey, what happened? It is completely out of the box. What happened? I don't know. I go on doing experiments. Another point. So every point is on a straight line, meaning that the relationship is linear. But there is a point which is completely out of the box. What happened? Marie Curie had this experience when she was getting some power, getting some frequencies she was measuring, and there was a power spectrum, and one frequency was absolutely out of the box. What did she do? She invited her husband, who was also a scientist, to try and get an idea about what was happening. And this is how they discovered the radium, and they had the Nobel Prize for that. So sometimes a point which is completely out of the box, which we can sometimes call unfavorable because we are not expecting it to happen, this is the point which has the novelty, which is real interesting. So we should try to understand why not blame the experiment. There is a reason for that point to be there. Perhaps it's not just the measuring system which is not working well. Perhaps there's a physical reason for that point to occur where it is. So this is a way to go forward. This is a way to proceed, trying to understand why, figure out why this point is there out of the box. There must be a reason for that. So this is correct. But you have other alternatives which are less honest. Look at this. I can bring it easily, Excel. It's easy to bring it to the right place. And I'm happy. Nobody saw. So it's okay. Or simply just, hey, forget about the point. Forget about the point. Forget it. Nobody noticed. This is omission. Of course, I'm falsifying, but I'm omitting the point. I'm just omitting the point. Those errors are not easy to detect. We can discuss about that. How can they be detected? They can, but it's not easy. And finally, plagiarism, using the ideas or words or images of another person without giving appropriate credit. No need to explain this. Software at the University of Coimbra, we have Urkund. There is lots of software aimed at detecting plagiarism and also self-plagiarism. Of course, in the thesis, plagiarism detection implies immediately the thesis annulment. It's a criminal offense, plagiarism, which goes against two main characteristics of any publication. The first is authorship. I'm stealing authorship if I'm plagiarizing the work. And the second is originality. If I'm plagiarizing, I'm saying something which has been already said. So, Bell used to say, if you walk in the footprints of others, you won't make any of your own. We go in the footprints of others. We should have taken this path. This is unknown. Here, I know someone has been there already. Here, it's what I should take. A new path, not experience before. We can discuss about that as well, but self-plagiarism, where an author plagiarizes himself or herself, is also plagiarism. And sometimes it's not obvious for everybody. We can discuss about that if you wish. When it happens, how should we react? Well, we have the ethical obligation to act. If we detect misconduct, we should act. Of course, not calling the Correio da Manhã immediately. Of course not. We just try to address the person. For instance, if there is someone, just try to figure out what's happening. Perhaps it's unintentional. We should approach the person. We should then talk to other colleagues, talk to superiors, to Mr. Dean, still inside the institution. And if the problem still persists, then we should write something about that. Whistleblow. There's a price to pay, serious price to pay for whistleblow. Imagine that you detect that your supervisor is misbehaving. You approach your supervisor, the supervisor resists, and would you whistleblow? It's your thesis which is at risk. So it's complicated. It's complicated, but it's only possible. There are ways of whistleblowing if needed. Well, generally, consequences do not remain inside the scientific community. So what happens? Well, the spreading effect starts in an element, spreads to the team, then to the scientific community, and then to society. And when this happens, it's a scandal. And this harms seriously the trust that society needs to have upon scientific community. So this is the problem, big problem. Final topic that I'd like to address before we go to the conclusions and social responsibility. Look at this sentence. Dynamite can be used in snow avalanche control. Beautiful. Dynamite. Also, what would modern medicine be like without its nuclear component? Beautiful. You can guess the rest. Well, so, scientists are, Antonio Figueiredo was saying that the other day, scientists are trying to understand the world. Engineers and the like are trying to shape the world, change the world for better, hopefully. They are supposed to change the world. Different sets of mind. Still, common to all, research, innovation, technology. The problem is that technologies are not neutral. They have consequences, they have impacts. So, nowadays, cost-benefit analysis is no longer enough. We must do something else. Technical effectiveness and efficiency are no longer enough either. We must ponder the consequences, the impact of our work. And this is about professional and ethical responsibility. It's weighing the impact of our own work. And scientists and engineers and the like should do it, must do it, have to do it. Otherwise there's a cost for that. The decision to develop a technology, and also the design phase, the production phase, the maintenance phase, they are inherently ethical. And this is about responsible innovation. And we are responsible. How can we be responsible? We can be responsible in two ways. Backward-looking or forward-looking. Backward-looking is passive responsibility. Forward-looking is active responsibility. It's different. Backward-looking, passive responsibility is when something went wrong. And people can say that, hey, you are responsible for that, for the consequences of that. Look at the past, something went wrong. Someone must be responsible for that. There are four conditions for a person to be an engineer, for instance, to be really responsible and liable. Wrongdoing must have acted wrongly. Also, the wrongdoing the consequences must be direct consequences of the wrong action of the person. Must be responsible for the consequences. The person should be able to initially predict what could go wrong. Possibility of prediction. And above all, the person should not act under pressure. Should act freely. If all those four conditions are met, the person is really responsible and could be liable. Active responsibility is the opposite. You look into the future and you think, hey, I can direct the use of technology. I can steer the process of making new innovations, using technology to innovate. I can do it so that I maximize benefit and minimize harm. This is the ethical approach. How does this work? Well, there is a problem. But the problem is for the next slide. There are two ways that for us to implement active responsibility the right way. The first one is values. Those values we're talking about should be part of the project, should be included in the innovation. This is value-sensitive design. Value-sensitive design inherently included and respecting societal values in the design. And another point is to weigh the consequences of the innovation, and this is about technology assessment. Is it that easy? We shall see. One of the societal values is sustainability. Sustainability, it involves both environment and society. It has become absolutely crucial value to be addressed in value-sensitive design. And we have a reference, which is the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, and they are a current reference for any project which aims at including values in the value-sensitive design. But we have a problem. The problem is the following, is the Collingridge dilemma. From one side, we must acknowledge that the impact, when you are thinking in terms of active responsibility towards the future, the impact is not always easy to predict. It's not always this. Sometimes it is impossible to predict. So we must test, and we must go forward. And if we go forward, sometimes the impact is already there. It's no longer possible to reverse the consequences. So we'd like to predict. It's not always possible, so we must test, and perhaps it's too late. So what shall we do? This is the Collingridge dilemma. Potential consequences of technological development are sometimes difficult or even impossible to predict. But on the other hand, when negative impacts really occur, sometimes it's too late. So they are sometimes difficult or even impossible to reverse. How can we face this Collingridge dilemma? There is a way. And the way is called constructive technology assessment. What's it all about? The idea is to proceed step by step, small steps. I start implementing my innovation iteratively, in a trial and error manner. I advance a little bit, and I immediately try to evaluate the consequences without finishing the whole project, if it's possible. Sometimes it is. So this is the design is implemented step by step. At the end of each step, I try to evaluate, to ponder, to assess the impact of that small step. If the impact is not favorable, I immediately come back and try to correct the project and to repeat the thing. If it's okay, I proceed. So this is step by step. The idea is technology assessment is applied in parallel with the design implementation. Implementation, assessment. Implementation, assessment. Come back. The conclusions of the technology assessment are fed back to the design process, so that if something went wrong, well, the process is not finished, so we can adjust the innovation accordingly in order to minimize the negative impact. So constructive technology assessment gives a larger say to all the stakeholders. And this is important. They should have a say. They are those directly concerned by the project. We are approaching the end. the context of social responsibility in innovation. What do I mean by that? The context is individual level. Each of us is responsible individually, professional responsibility. But if we work in a company, for instance, there is a different dimension. So, individual level, professional responsibility. At the company level, we call it corporate social responsibility, which is a very trendy word, expression. Corporate social responsibility. Any company now, Ponders, is concerned about this topic. Otherwise, it fails immediately. Well, how can we see it? This is the environment, external environment, internal environment of a company. Who are the stakeholders outside the company? The suppliers, supply chain, the society at large, governments, creditors, if they exist, shareholders, investors, customers, they will buy. This is the external environment of the company. Inside the company, who is concerned? Employees of the company, the manager or the management team, and also the others. So, where is an engineer located in all of this? Okay. And I think this is the last slide before the conclusion, I think. What is the investor's point of view? The investor's point of view, so the shareholders, it's all about the money, sorry to say this. So it's they want to maximize the return on investment, ROI. They want to maximize it. Are they cynical? No, not necessarily. It's legitimate if I want to maximize the return on my investment. So, they want to avoid negative impacts on the value of their investment. So, what shall they do? But they want to put money, the investment, on a good company. What's a good company? It's a company which respects social corporate responsibility. How does it work? Well, can you remember, for instance, this is a very good example, some 5 years ago, I'd say, there was a big scandal. Volkswagen just falsified the values of CO2 emissions of some of the diesel motors. The day the scandal was known, was detected, the shareholders, the market share of Volkswagen just plunged overnight. Imagine that you were an investor. You lost lots of money, millions perhaps, because of this problem. This was an ethical problem, because there was falsification and scandal. You are all aware of that. So, when I invest money, I'm not rich, but if I wanted to invest money in a company, there are risks. There are risks. There are environmental, social, and governance of the company. If I put money in a company, there are risks. Perhaps the company does perform well, not well. Does it behave ethically? So this is ESG. So an investor needs some tools to choose which company should be the one where he puts the money. So tools are needed to support investment decision making. They must have a criterion for assessing which is the good company to put money in. And so socially responsible investment. This is how they want to proceed. Put the money in a good company. In order to attract investment, lots of companies volunteer to be rated according to this criteria. So there is an index, ESG index, and they say, well, they report their performance in terms of social, ethical social responsibility. So they report their own ESG achievements. This is a way of investors to say, hey, this one is good, this one is not that good, because there is an index, they can solve the index. What about at global level? This is in the country, for instance. What about global level, international? Each company, each company uses its own index, performance indicators. Each company reports the achievements, the performance indicators, according to its own index, which is perhaps the most favorable. But imagine that there are lots of companies in lots of countries. Investors want to know which are the best ones. And if each company uses its own criterion, its own index, it's a mess. So some order should be imposed. And so in order to guarantee that fair comparison exists. So this implies global standardization. And how can we achieve it? Fortunately, there's a tool, and the tool is the following: Global Reporting Initiative. It is a standards organization. It is respected. It is for free. It acts for free. It is respected. It is acknowledged. So, Global Reporting Initiative provides standardized guidelines for performance reporting for those companies, the companies that want to be really rated, but at a global scale, they should respect the standardized guidelines. So, Global Reporting Initiative is an international, independent, and free public good, and it is trusted, it is respected. Okay, concluding remarks just to finish. We visited some main topics about research. Unfortunately, we did not have enough time to develop as we would like. The schematic structure of the process of scientific innovation, those 3 steps, and those 3 steps should be developed in many others. Integrity in science, which are the underlying values. Those values are challenged by risks. What are the risks? The role of error in scientific innovation. There are different types of errors. How serious they can be, what consequences they may generate. In science, we notice that quality and ethics all the time go together. No ethics, no quality. No quality, no ethics. They go just always in pair. This is conscience is the key word for innovation at individual level, and confidence is a key word not at individual level, but for the relationship within the scientific community, and also between the scientific community and society at large. And ethics is a universal, I'm reading it because I wrote it myself, is a universal reflection on the role of conscience to make sure that relationship is based upon confidence. Last slide. Shall we teach ethics or not at university or at the secondary level? This is not coming from me. In school, you get the lesson and then you sit the exam. In real life, it's the opposite. You sit the exam before and you get the lesson afterwards. Sometimes it's too late. So let us profit from school while we can. Thank you. discussion if you want to discuss among yourselves, or perhaps I can be useful as well. I don't know. Feel free.
So, may I?
Yes, please.
It's about one theme that you mentioned, and is not so easy to do. Is how to test to see the fulfillment required for some projects. How to test? Because generally we test in a small vision, but you need to see a broad. And this is not easy, inclusive for the development team. What's your opinion, please?
I would say that depends on the context. Sometimes it's easy to test and to evaluate the impact of what we are doing. Sometimes the constructive technology assessment is I think is very important, because if you can put your project at stake and test it really, instead of first finishing the project and then see what are the consequences. Sometimes it may be too late. If you have the chance to proceed step by step, as I was mentioning, I think that I hope that in many cases it is still possible to avert and to slightly change what has been done in order to minimize that impact that I'm feeling that could really arise, negative impact. So perhaps this procedure is a way to give, as I said, give a say to all the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are all people which are who are concerned by the consequences of the project. It can be a population, it can be a forest, it can be lots of things. Sustainability values are at risk, as we know. COP26 is an example of awareness of the problem. But lots of sustainability, for instance, values are at risk. If we can just test if some of those 17 sustainable goals are at risk and just try to ponder, it's difficult. I think it's on a case-to-case basis, but I know I did not reply to your question, but I did address it. Thank you. Yes, please.
In your opinion, that competitiveness between researchers that you talk about, do you consider it, in your opinion, good or bad? Is it good that we have people, researchers, competing against each other, so that maybe we can produce better results? But is it or is it worse that we might have people pushing forward towards publishing, and they end up falsifying and producing those sometimes not very accurate publications? What do you think?
Thank you very much. An interesting question as well. Well, I would say that we need to distinguish between emulation and competition in the very first place. Emulation is good. You take just good examples that you try to follow. We should be ambitious. When we choose the question, which will be our question, which is your question for your PhD thesis, you should be, you have to be, in a way, ambitious, in order to solve an important question, a relevant question from the societal point of view or from lots of points of view. You must be ambitious, but you must be realistic as well, because you cannot solve. You cannot say I'm going to invent on my own a vaccine for COVID-19. It doesn't work like that. So there must be, and perhaps the scientific director is very useful when you choose your own question, the question that will be yours. But you must be ambitious. We must be ambitious when we do our research. Otherwise, we cannot publish interesting papers. We try to. The question is to create innovation and relevant innovation instead of trying to publish at any cost. When we are feeling the pressure to publish at any cost, regardless of the interest of what we are publishing, or the method of slice publications, small publications just to be in a great number, in a high, many publications instead of one important publication which is really relevant. There are lots of there's methods that are not that honest or that interesting, positive. Anyway. Feeling the pressure to publish, feeling the pressure to do good research and to publish is good. So if you compare yourself with a colleague of yours or another team, it's good to be compared and to see. Hey, I can go as far as they did or they will. Competition is good. The problem is when I feel the pressure, so hard pressure that I'm beginning to try to undermine the value of others' work just to put myself in an important place. This kind of competition is no longer honest. If I try to publish at any cost, it's no longer honest. So I would say perhaps in the first place distinguish between emulation and competition, and within competition just choosing the good references and not trying to harm the work of others just to put myself in the very first place. Well, did I address your question?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Can I just
Yes, please.
comment on that? So I think that sometimes when you have too much competition, maybe the risk is not as much as you try to downgrade the work of others as you try to upgrade your own work beyond what you have really done. So that takes us to things like falsifying results or all that sort of thing, or which are sometimes difficult. So there's I think quite studied correlation already in several publications between retractions on journals, on several journals, and some squeezing funding. So as you squeeze the funding, the retractions increase because the pressure to publish increases. So what you have now, as I said at the beginning of the talk, is that the limited funding or the increased number of researchers for the same funding is in effect increasing the number of retractions.
Yeah.
And probably also increasing the number of false results that we still haven't detected. And I don't know if this I think is a problem is being addressed, but can you comment on this? How do you see this reality evolving in the next years?
Difficult to foresee, but there is a factor of hope, I would say, regarding fabrication and falsification. For instance, sometimes in order to put myself in a good position if I falsify or fabricate or falsify something, perhaps I will publish in a good journal with peer review, and they don't detect it. But you talked about retraction. There is a retraction. What? You talked about retraction. How sometimes it happens, retraction. Falsification and fabrication are not easy to detect, but are not impossible to detect. How can they be detected? Sometimes from whistleblowing. someone who was aware of the fraud. But very often those errors are detected because of the recipe problem, meaning that newcomers read the article, they try to replicate what is in the article, and they cannot. They cannot because it's impossible, because it's incorrectly reported, because there are data which is fabricated or data which is falsified. So fabricated or falsified research are impossible to be replicated. So when people try to replicate and they cannot, there's a problem. And if people are sufficiently aware of what they are doing, they say, hey, there's something which is wrong with this publication. I cannot replicate it. And there is an inquiry, for instance, and they discover that there is a lemon missing, or there is an orange instead of the lemon. So the publication, that paper must be retracted. And this, I think that if the ways of whistleblowing, protection of the whistleblower, which is not obvious, I mentioned that, protection of the whistleblower, the channels just to start a whistleblowing process, which is not easy. No institution wants a scandal inside, coming from inside. So it's very difficult. But if the possible whistleblowers are protected, respected, and like the Facebook lady, if people are aware of the need to replicate what is included in the papers, and if they cannot replicate, there is a problem. They just don't forget about it, but they go into the problem. I think this is a factor of hope. But as far as I can see, those are perhaps the two major ways of detecting these problems, fabrication and falsification, which both result from the pressure to publish or perish. Perhaps in the near future, transparency will be increased, and the probability of those errors being detected is increased as well. Let's hope so. What do you think?
I was wondering if so I understand your answer. So to improve the ways of detecting, of dealing with misconduct cases, but I was thinking if there would be ways of decrease the actual occurrence. We know that funding is a big issue. The other has to do with the way as an academic is evaluated nowadays. So evaluators are being evaluated based on metrics as publication, and that strongly increases the pressure, especially in a context where money isn't all around. So, and I was wondering if you have any opinion on this, of would that be a more healthy way, I would say, of doing evaluation, of judging a researcher in his work, without putting so much pressure on the publications and on the KPIs of publications, that in a way also kind of leads to this misconduct.
Thank you. This is a complementary topic, bibliometrics. Bibliometrics is a ambiguous concept. Indices exist, they are interesting, they are useful as a first approach, just quantitatively have a first idea to assess the quality of a research, for instance. Bibliometrics helps, but bibliometrics sometimes does not detect self-citations, does not detect reciprocal favors, does not detect lots of things that may happen related to the authorship of a paper, for instance. Sometimes the self-citations of mutual favors, invented papers, are not easily detected. So, metrics can be misleading sometimes, as you know. So it's useful as a first approach, but not as a definite approach to assess the quality of a researcher. So, the real question is much more difficult to pose and to control. Is the real question is the following: how much did this researcher do to improve scientific knowledge in his or her area of work? This is the real question. But this implies that elements of the jury, in order to assess the quality of a researcher, must go deep into the paper and see more than the bibliometrics linked to the paper. Deeply read the paper, and have the sufficient knowledge, competence, to understand if there is real novelty in that paper or just something which is very well presented and which is not that relevant after all. So this is difficult because people are busy, members of juries are busy, and it takes time, it takes lots of effort to really assess the quality of someone who is to be assessed. In academia, for instance, you just posed an important point, and I think the only way is really to ask the elements of the jury to go deep inside the work of the candidate and just assess the quality, intrinsic quality of the paper, instead of how many citations the paper did generate. But this is an important question. Actually, sometimes there is injustices that are committed because bibliometrics is too much is over valued. Thank you.
I might say something. And how about self-plagiarism? You refer it and you said that you will come later.
Yeah.
It's still plagiarism?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's an important question. Sometimes it raises some objections and some doubts. When I thought about the recipe, the cold melon soup, I thought of it also as an illustration of how self-plagiarism can happen and how much serious it is. Thank you for asking the question in those terms. The idea is the following. Suppose that I invented the cold melon soup as it is reported, the second one, the good one. Okay, so it's okay. And I publish the recipe. There are two parts of the publication. First the ingredients and then the preparation. Okay, so I publish the whole thing, the soup, from scratch. And this is the paper. And this is okay. And there is no problem at all. Well, now, sometime afterwards, I'm doing my experiments and I just change the melon for watermelon. Okay? So I just changed the ingredient. The preparation is absolutely the same, but I changed the melon and I replaced it by watermelon. The result is completely different. It's a completely different soup. Then now I'm going to report it. I have two ways of reporting it. The first way is saying, well, some time ago I made a recipe and I published the result, and the reference is this one, and I put it in the list of references by own citation. Now I'm reporting a second soup, even better, which is a result of just changing the ingredients. I change the melon and I replace it by a watermelon. The result is great. The preparation is exactly the same, so I can summarize it, but I have already published it in a preceding paper. So it's okay. It's okay. The novelty, each publication must be original. And the novelty of this second publication is just the ingredient. I've changed just one ingredient, but the rest is the same. But I say that the rest is the same, has already been published. And I have a second way of publishing, which is self-plagiarism. What do I say? I just forget about the first publication. And I say, I've invented a soup which is composed of all those ingredients, now using watermelon, organic melon. And I report again all the preparation as if it were completely original. It is not. It has already been published. So this second part is not original. So I'm trying to convince the newcomers, readers, that the second publication, my second publication, is actually completely original, and it is not. I'm repeating myself. In what terms? I'm repeating the preparation. Not the real innovation is the ingredients. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that from scratch I invented a new soup. Was I clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I write the book chapter, probably you know there is some public case around people write multiple papers on the same subject, book chapters.
The procedure is, in my view, always the same. You can repeat book chapters. You can do wherever you wish. The thing is that when you are repeating something, even coming from you, if it's not original, we should say, I have already published this topic elsewhere. And I say where it was. Okay, it's a self-citation. Better than say nothing. So self-citation is not a problem in itself. I can cite myself. No problem. The idea is the idea is that any publication must be original. Otherwise, it's not a peer-reviewed publication. It can be something second level, but no problem at all. But if it's a state-of-the-art publication, it must be original. And so I cannot report 2 times the same thing, saying that both are original. The first one is original, the second one is not. So there's no problem if I repeat a book chapter or a chapter of my thesis or whatsoever, provided I say, well, this has already been published. And sometimes when if a doctoral thesis is afterwards published in a peer-reviewed journal, well, students just have to say, well, we've done a thesis on this subject, and they include a reference of the thesis. But yeah, the real publication is in a good journal with peer review. This is what counts as novelty. But just to address your topic, your note, I would say there is absolutely no problem in using several times the same chapter, provided we say that we are using it. It has already been published. The problem is that if I forget to mention that I have already published this topic, I'm trying to convince the newcomers that I did lots of times the same research, which I did not. I'm reporting it lots of times, which is different. This is self-plagiarism.
Would it be the same in your view if you use the same actual words? What I'm saying is that since we are, well, metrics count, so if you pick the same text and you write it 5 times, over exaggerating, obviously, but If you write it 5 times, you'll have 5 publications from one single one with no effort at all. And you say, oh, you may say it's correct. There's nothing that prohibits me of doing it. Well, you are exacerbating your publication count, putting yourself in front of other researchers. Even that if you cite it, even if you say that this is exactly the same as I wrote on this other paper, if it's exactly the same, if it's count 5 times, then that's putting you in advantageous points in comparison to, because writing takes time. Writing 5 publications from scratch, from totally original text, would take a lot more time to do it. It wouldn't be unfair to copy text.
Yes. Well, perhaps that depends on the relative importance of the part which is quoted, copied, and there must be always something new. Otherwise, it's not accepted by the peer reviewers. So, if there is something new, the reviewers must ponder, must weigh what is the relative weight of the original contribution and the part that is quoted. So if it is quoted and it is cited, there is no plagiarism at all. The problem is that perhaps you have a small contribution with a B citation. Peer reviewers are not stupid. They simply say, hey, forget it. Lots of candidates to publish new material. So they advise the editor, I don't think this is publishable. I don't think this deserves to be published in this high impact factor journal. Perhaps it should be published elsewhere in a low level of impact factor. But so if there is quotation, there is no crime. Now, if the relative importance of the quotation part and compared to the new, original, innovative part of the publication, if innovation is just a small percentage of the scientific new knowledge compared to what is cited, I think it's the role of the peer reviews to think, hey, this does not deserve to be published. If they accept it, anyway, they don't decide, they just advise the editor. The editor has the last word. But I don't think there is a crime, provided you quote, you quote. The question that you are raising is, I think it's a role of peer reviewers to assess, does it really deserve to be published, or just a small part of innovation and the rest is self-citation. Yeah, forget it. No?
Sometimes it doesn't have the quotes. That's
No. That's a crime. That's a crime. If the quotes are absent, that's a crime. Self-plagiarism or plagiarism are plagiarism anyway. And then we can ask how many words, repeated words, do I have to repeat? Do I have to say that are not quoted for my new text to be a plagiarism? This is a question that arises very often. I don't know if I was clear. How many words shall I repeat for it to be considered plagiarism? The answer, I've been reading a little bit about that topic, and the idea is generally the following. What is at stake is originality. If you repeat 2 or 3 or 4 words, who cares? Provided the new concept is real original. You may sometimes repeat text without noticing it. This is why it is important for all the new students of a PhD, for instance, just to use your own. There is software for free in the net, just to test your own text, because you can plagiarize without having the intention to plagiarize, because you read so many things in your head, Sometimes you may repeat some sentences, whole sentences, thinking that you are creating your own text. In order for you to be aware of this, using a plagiarism detector is my advice. I think it's better to do it because it's a real danger. And as you know, a plagiarism detector has different levels of severity. There's a filter. We can be very tolerant or zero tolerance. So Urkund has maybe what's the word? Anyway, prepared to detect zero tolerance or calibrated. Sorry, calibrated was the term I was looking for. So, but it's useful. It's useful. I strongly would advise newcomers, PhD students, before they submit the thesis, just to pass it through a plagiarism detector. There could be some surprises.
Can you measure ethical behavior? How do you measure it?
I think there's a question of a reputation, you know. I don't know any.
Because that index you mentioned to.
Yeah. But the index is for companies.
Yes, but there is some
There are
possibility to measure. To
yes. Those performance indicators. There are criteria just to they say well we have for instance been acting in a third world country or less developed country, but those people who are working on the project, they do take benefit from the project. They are well paid, their health is cared for, or simply we just ignore the situation of the workers, local workers. Does the local population benefit from the activity of the company if they are working abroad? And there are ways of reporting it. There are criteria just to say, well, human rights, are they respected by our activity? Are we respecting the environment? How many level of CO2 is being created by our own activity? What's the criteria like that? I don't know. I think it depends. It's a case-to-case basis, but there are ways of assessing the ethical commitment of companies working in certain conditions, and those criteria that I was mentioning are aimed at that evaluation. But this is why sometimes each company chooses or tries to choose criteria that are more favorable to their own activity and their own country. This is why at a global level we need something, global reporting initiative, which standardizes any report, and they are respected. So either they respect those standards or they are simply not well rated.
Ethical behavior, we see a benefit, but it's difficult to besides yes or no.
Yeah.
So
all these questions are sometimes difficult to really to ponder in a 100% fair way. Reputation is crucial because perhaps one company may wrongly act one time, but immediately competition is hey.
because that job offer you are mentioning, so I'm wondering how they measure the ethical ability of the candidate
Good question. Good question. The idea
Some
is
game to play or something.
I don't think. Well, sometimes in the interviews they detect lots of things from the past experience of the candidate. But one of the questions is that if a candidate is accepted and from now on he is a job employee, his or her behavior will be pondered according to those criteria. If they don't perform correctly, those private companies generally in Switzerland, for instance, they say just, hey, you have 2 years of non-employment and funding, and it's okay. So there is no problem in firing someone if you feel or estimate that the candidate, the worker does not fulfill the requirements that were in the job description at the very beginning. And this is kind of a job description, that announcement. So if you say, if you deceive the system afterwards in the daily practice, perhaps if you don't, if I don't, I am admitted to a company and I don't respect the values that I said that I would respect, it's a reason for the company to fire me. And,
In Switzerland.
In Switzerland. I was talking about a Swiss company.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe we can keep on speaking during lunch. So, thank you again, Louis.
Thank you for your attention.
Very interesting talk. We have some minutes if you want to go there and see the posters with our researchers while we prepare the room for this afternoon. And then we go together to have lunch at the Rababe, okay? So please speak with our not only for PhD but also for your advisors, because your work has been very valuable for ourselves, for the department or for the research center, and I hope also for you and for what you are now. So to begin with, so I would like that you make a presentation of yourselves to your to our current PhD students. And by that I mean, so who are you? Of course your name, but why have you chosen to make this PhD? Which area did you make your PhD? And where are you working now? And what is it that you are doing? And if there is a relationship or not with what you have done in your PhD, and if not, let's talk about it. Yeah. So this, to begin with, so it will be about this presentation, and then I would like to jump to the second part, which is the importance of having attending this PhD to your position in terms of your competencies, either directly related to the topics of your PhD or because you have acquired a certain number of competencies that have empowered you to do what you are doing and to be the leaders of what you are doing in your domain. And then, as an intermediate point, after you have done the PhD and having this way, what is it that you advise our students to do now, to optimize or not? Sometimes it's good that we do not optimize their path. And in conclusion, if it was worthwhile or not to do the PhD, and if you do it again. Okay, so this will be the flow. Don't answer everything in a row because this is a round table. So I will start with who are you? Wherever, in which area have you done your PhD? What have you done? And is this related or not to what you are doing? And to follow this order, so we'll start with Sandra. So it's in the.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sandra Costa. I finished my PhD in 2014, December. I did my PhD in effective robotics. So basically, I used a robotic platform to interact with children with autism And the main skill that we wanted to develop in these children was the ability to recognize emotions. The robot that we've been working is Zega, which is the robot that Vinicius is also using at the moment, and it has the ability to due to a polymer in its face to show some facial expressions. And with that, I designed, together with Filomena Soares, my supervisor, who somehow disappeared, some scenarios, some games that we did then with children with autism in several schools in the north of Portugal. So we did a big study, which is not so common in this target group, with 45 children, which means that I had to carry the robot all the way to different schools or different clinics to check what was their reaction, their interaction, verbal and non-verbal communication, if they would touch the robot or not. And on the technological side, what I had to do was basically to program the robot to using cameras to detect some of the behaviors of the children, using a ping pong racket to identify some emotions. That was part of the game. And then some reinforcement of their behaviors as well. So a part of this psychological context was also something that I had to learn a lot, that is not part of our degree, and that I had to jump into another area to then make the crossing of a technological side or engineering side with, in this case, special education. What was the other question?
Where are you working now?
Okay.
And
at the moment I'm working at Bosch, so it's quite different. When I finished my PhD, I had, of course, I went to the market and checked, okay, what can I do next? I had the opportunity also to continue in research and go to a postdoc in Lisbon, but I had at the same time also this offer from Bosch, and I thought that, okay, if I want to try the industry, most likely is now. And I decided then to go for the offer of Bosch. I started as a software developer there in the first team that was created for developing software for a product, because there were other, like software for the production lines, for example, was already existing. And the growth over there was so big in software development that from a team of 6 guys, six people, now we are more than 80, and most likely next year we are going to double again. So the need for this kind of skills is in a big demand. So at the moment I'm a senior manager or group leader. I lead 5 teams of software development for sensors for autonomous driving, so LiDAR and radar, and also a team for verification and validation and continuous integration. That's it.
Thank you, Sandra. Bruno?
Hi, thank you. My name is Bruno. I finished the PhD in 2018. The PhD, I don't think that right now exists exactly the naming, but it was Electrotechnics and Energy Systems. And basically I focused my tasks in power electronics, in power quality, in power quality conditioners. And in 2018 I ended up the PhD and then went to the market. And by coincidence I work in Vestas, wind power, basically is the biggest manufacturer of wind turbines in the world. And they were opening a design center in Matosinhos, near Superboc, which is also a good thing. And by coincidence, they were opening the design center, and I joined the converter electrical team. Now I am a lead engineer there, and I do mostly design tasks related with either technical management of projects, meaning that in some cases I have some people that work with me in order to accomplish that project, or I do technical tasks, for example, designing or whatever is necessary to basically to produce a turbine. Okay. Vestas is a big company, and right now in Porto we are nearing the 500 people, mostly engineers of all backgrounds. Wind turbines have one thing that is very good, that consumes manpower, that is very, we need mechanical engineers, civil engineers, electrotechnical engineers, control engineers, so that is a good thing in my opinion. And basically, usually I do these design tasks or technical management tasks. One thing that I have to appreciate, and that is more linked with my PhD, is the fact that it gave me the technical tools to address the problems that I have every day. Okay. And yeah. Okay. And pretty much is this that I'm going to do now. So
Thank you very
I'm
much.
not sure if I answered all, but okay.
We can.
Okay.
Okay. Gianpaolo, who are you? What
Yes, hello.
What was your PhD and where are you now? And what is it that you are doing?
Yes. So, thank you very much for this invitation, first of all. My name is Gianpaolo Bulletta. So I was a PhD student in robotics. And basically, I'm working in Switzerland right now in a startup as a mechatronics engineer. And I'm responsible, basically, what the company does is building industrial robots for optical inspection. And I'm responsible for the motion unit. My PhD was related with human-like movements, the generation of human-like motion in humanoid robots. And so I'm not working with humanoids right now. Maybe in future I will be working with manipulators. So, but there is I transferred very much knowledge that I have acquired during my PhD. So in this field as well. So
thank you, Paul. George, coming from Sweden.
No, I'm sorry to disappoint, but although I work for a Danish university, I'm a remote worker currently.
Good.
So, but I'll explain.
Yeah.
So hi everybody.
Please.
Thank you for the invitation, first of all. So my name is George. I graduated in 2019 in the embedded systems area. My PhD was basically developing a platform for acquiring sensors for healthcare applications, very succinctly, where we built a gateway where we can connect a plethora of devices, Bluetooth, Zigbee, whatever, that then interface to the web, the cloud. So it's in the Internet of Things scope, the work. Currently, I'm still working with one of my supervisors, Danish supervisor. I'm working remotely to Aarhus University. And I've been working the same project where I worked on my PhD. So we are continuing to develop the platform, we expanded to a bit more projects. And we are keeping presenting to the healthcare staff, because they are, let's put it like, the main customer, or the people with more interest of using this through their working day. But it's still a lot of investigation going on, because it's very novel that we are still trying to understand what are the real gains of using this kind of technologies. I don't know if I missed any question.
Continue.
Okay.
Perfect. So now we'll jump to Italy. João, can you present yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this roundtable. So my name is João Ribeiro. I finished my PhD in the December of 2015. During my PhD, I did my PhD in the microtechnologies area, developing flexible thin film lithium batteries. After the PhD, I changed to neuronal applications, so developing implantable neural devices. And is currently what I'm also working now. After a postdoc in CMM Center, I moved to Italy. And as a postdoc also, I work at Italian Institute of Technology. And currently I'm a Marie Curie Fellow here in the same lab, working with active CMOS neuroprobes.
Back to Portugal, Emmanuel, last but not least in this first round.
So good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I finished my PhD in robotics in 2015. So I worked in robot learning from demonstrations from humans. So how to neuro-inspired mechanisms that allow a robot to learn sequences of actions for a task and to learn it from a supervised demonstration from a human, having a human demonstrating, showing how to do, correcting errors as a way of facilitating the process of a robot being able to acquire new tasks that hasn't been pre-programmed on it. Having finished my PhD, I began working at CCG, Center for Computer Graphics, which is an interface institution that is based here at the University of Minho here. It's for those that may know, it's the tilted brown building nearby. And I'm leading a research group that is called Human Technology Interaction in Robotics. So it has historically been doing a great deal of research, applied research, with human and human technology interaction, very in pretty much in the scope of human factors. And it's now beginning to develop new capacity also to do work on the intelligent systems, particularly as robots, for instance, particularly aimed at dealing with human beings. And that's it.
Merci. Thank you. So, second round? Second question?
Maybe we start from that up.
What is the question?
Okay, so we'll do it like this. You prefer? Okay, so we'll do it like this now. Now the second question is, Bruno was starting, that's why I stopped.
Thank you.
So, which is linked to, what is the importance of PhD directly and indirectly to what you are doing now? It may be that some of you, it was obvious that you have continued what you are doing. Some of you have shifted a little bit, and some of the others have completely shifted. So on one side, but I'm talking more on the technical know-how, not yet on the soft skills that you have acquired. This will come in the other third round, the resilience and all these things, so will come after. So Emmanuel,
is it me or is it
I'm following the suggestion of San, and Sam said, okay, let's do now the reverse order. So what is it that from your PhD that you have been able to carry it on? How is it that it has shaped what you are doing? Also what you are doing differently and why, in terms of technological development?
So most of what I did in my PhD, a particular dimension of the work that I did was its multidisciplinarity. So although we were a team of mostly engineers, we had cooperations with other fields of research like psychology and neuropsychology. And during that time, by the very nature of what I did, I came to be in contact with a lot of research, psychological based research, and I like to think I acquired a more broader view than just a strictly engineering view. That has been really important in what I do now. So the team that I'm working with for the last years is by itself a multidisciplinary team. So we have engineers, designers, psychologists, and human technology interaction by its very nature is a multidisciplinary problem. You cannot approach it just from the engineering point of view. You have to approach it from all different perspectives. And that first entrance, that first view of other worlds beyond the strictly electronics, which was my basic training, I think it helped me quite a lot to be able to do what I do right now.
Why are you building better technology now, interaction technology? As a consequence of that, why are you building better machines that interact better with humans?
I think that there's a great deal of focus on the people. So as an engineers, we sometimes have the tendency to begin by building the machine, and then we'll actually put it at use beyond with the user, with the person. And sometimes we would gain, or quite frequently, if not always, we would gain a lot by beginning immediately by thinking who will be the person that will use this. Should I involve that particular group of future users on the work that I've been doing? Help me to design and shape what I'm building step by step, and ensuring that what I am building is centered for this user. It's user-centered, human-centered, as you say. And I strongly believe, and it's a conviction, that this leads to better outputs in terms of developing solutions for real problems. Not sure if I answered.
Okay. So, João, it was obvious that you are working exactly in the same domain. So,
yes.
Could you
So,
but still there is something that you are pushing forward with respect to your PhD. And as a Marie Curie fellow, what is it that you are doing in the project that you are involved in?
yes. So my Marie Curie project is is based on the technology that was developed and is continuous developed here in my lab, which is called Synapse technology, which allow us to so CMOS devices are designed and then processed to be able to be directly implanted in the brain. And this allows us to have high channel count in a much smaller area, since there is the electronics already embedded in the device. My project in particular is to advance this device to a chronic stable implant. So until now, we only did the experiments in acute measurements, which means a few hours to a full day of measurements. And in my project is to advance these in terms of fabrication process and materials that are used, and able to go for weeks, months, eventually years of constant recording inside the brain. So in general, it's more or less this. In relation to my PhD, I actually changed the subject. So I was working on batteries. Now I'm working on implantable medical devices. But the basis of microfabrication that gave me my PhD, also in electrochemistry and materials development, helps a lot in the development of neural interfaces. And this, in technical speaking, is the most that I took from my PhD to what I'm doing now.
And George, you have continued with your Danish supervisor in the new project, but still related to what you were doing in your PhD.
Yes.
So what is it that you brought from your PhD that you are still pushed forward? You are working in the applications for the health domain, so...
Yep. So it's almost like a continuum. Since I started working with them around 2015, 16 or something like that. So it's been a long journey because, as I said, what we tried to develop is basically a platform. And our goal, first of all, I would say we share a lot in that sense, because while we're trying to do better technologies to interact or which whose people can interact. In my case, we removed the interface, so to say. Not so drastic, but it's like we want to create pervasive technology that is there, but people don't have to interact with it. The interaction always exists, but that is a philosophical question, right? Just give you an example. We are monitoring brushings, toothbrushings, for example, and probably everybody already saw the toothbrushes with Bluetooth. Actually, there is some publicity on television about that. And it's a funny thing to see that on a smartphone, some statistics, but for dentists, that gives a lot, it's gold for them, because they can understand how people perform brushings. The simplest example. Then what most people probably don't know, something that I learned also, is that if you don't brush your teeth, you get bad teeth, of course, but you might also get lung problems, because a lot of bacteria gets into your mouth and eventually can go to your lungs, and in elder people, it's a real problem. And one of the projects we developed was exactly that, just monitoring the brushing. And then it was in a nursing home, so then the caregivers would go there and check if the person brushed their teeth. I know it's a bit of big brother thing.
That's exactly
here.
what I'm thinking. We have a big brother in our mouth.
Well, it starts there. But then it's the nurses that are the big brother or big sister. Most of the times it's for women. But that's the thing. Then we can learn if that person might have a problem, because it's strictened the relations, actually, from a scientific perspective. We are doing observations so that later we can do the relations, all that thing. So the platform in itself, it's important to leverage the scientific development from a medical perspective, and that for me was a big learning, because while I was in my master's and bachelor and all that stuff, we focus a lot on learning technologies and get a good grasp of it, and that's extremely important. So then later, what it seems like is the same that you are doing, it starts to shift to the real problem, and sometimes that's what we don't feel during the bachelor, naturally, because they are different worlds for all matters. So what I learned with a PhD was starting focusing more on the real problems, attacking the real problems, and got the shift out of just the pure engineering, just developing technology and the platform. It's important, but then what is the value of that technology? In this case, is to collect data for medical staff, learn things about health and behaviors.
Which also makes the connection with these ethical issues.
Yes, definitely.
So could you also elaborate, since we are also the topic in the morning?
I didn't insist it. So
those of you that are developing technologies with or for
it's definitely a big problem. Now we have the GPRT. I don't know if this is the Portuguese or the English, but collecting the data and handling the data. And yes, definitely we have a problem with that. We have to tell people who agree to participate. And this is not different from what has been done for a century in the medical discipline. We need the person to agree to participate. So in that regard, we are okay. But then there's the problem, more like a commercial problem, I would say, business problem. Where do we focus? Because we can do the platform, we can do the applications, and there's a big area that we can try to grasp. Eventually we focus just on a small area, or actually we reduce the area, or we will reduce even more the area so we can get good at that. And eventually even escape somehow to those things with the data, with the new goal. So
yeah, we can profit from the fact that when we talk about what you are doing, also with didactical aspects. If during your PhDs, it's true that I said to focus on the technological developments, but still for some of the works, the ethical point is necessary apart from the soft skills. So now, Gianpaolo, so
yes.
What was the importance of your PhD for what you are doing as a starting point, and in which way can you still push the area of robotics? They are in Switzerland.
Okay. Technically speaking, what I basically what I bring from my experience as a PhD student. So I was mainly a robot programmer. So I'm gradually learning to be a better robot builder, basically. So I'm not working with humanoid robot anymore. So what we do here, so we design and build industrial robots for optical inspection. And so these are intelligent devices. So I'm responsible for the motion unit. So during my PhD, I was studying motion, human-like motion for humanoids and manipulators. So what technically speaking, this is basically what I continue to develop and study. And this is also very important in industrial robots, because what you have in the production line, you also have an interaction with users, you have an interaction with other robots. And so this is very important in what is called in Industry 5.0. So this is very related, this is a very common topic with my PhD course, basically. What is different right now? So I was used to study different disciplines, so behavioral science, and neuroscience, and robotics, control and automation. So here we study different disciplines. There is a big team right now. So yeah, this is what concerns the technical aspect of my job, basically. In terms of soft skills, there is also, it's okay. I stop.
Thank you, Gianpaolo. Bruno, now you can talk about it.
Thank you. Well, answer to the question, I was saying that this PhD has given me the technical tools to deal with day-to-day basis problems in terms of design and basic wind turbines is something I will not say like a car, but it's something that is near there. So our company basically builds wind turbines and then sells them to customers that want to produce energy and sell it to the grid. Okay, that is more or less what we do. This PhD has given me the tools, although that I'm not really in the area of renewable energy, not by far, because my PhD was more on power quality and power quality converters. In essence, a converter is a universal thing that is used in a lot of things, even for example battery charge or stuff. So that technical knowledge was transferred to my current position. So I usually deal with, for example, control problems, with design in terms of passive components, testing, all that I did in the PhD. The only thing that changed fundamentally is the scale of things, because usually I would build a converter with 20 kilos, 50 kilos or something, and now I'm working in converters with 10 tons or more. So that aspect of things has changed, but the fundamental rules have not changed quite so much, okay? And yeah, we use the PID controller also, so we have some things in common, or we use passive filters, but the dimension of the scale of the thing is totally different. In university I tested things, right now I cannot do that, I only can write procedures, because the things are so massive that has to be tested in special facilities. But that part also has, it is exactly the same, okay? So don't worry, and learn the maximum that you can. Get the technical tools that you need in the future. That is important, and then for sure that you will be good, because you will have them. I don't feel, honestly, and I have faced with a lot of technical challenges, that okay, I'm missing this. Okay, maybe sometimes I already, for example, work in generators, and that aspect I didn't dominate it a lot, but at least I had the tools to start to see things and look for, even in that area that I was not dominating. The rest is normal things and normal day-to-day basis, and are more linked with the soft skills that we'll talk about. Yeah. So yeah, that is this. Here we have the technical knowledge that I mentioned is different for sure, of course, but still we can use a lot of the knowledge, and it works, I can tell you.
Yeah. Thank you. Sandra, regarding the scientific and technological skills that you acquired during your PhD, what is it that has really created the impact for what you are doing now?
I have to be very honest, as you heard, I shifted completely, so two different areas that are very distinct. So if I remember this, even the programming language that I was using with the robot, I don't use it, well, it was not needed in my day-to-day work, because it was Java, object-oriented language, and what we need in the automotive industry is something that is like real-time C, for example. So I could say that close to the technological skills that I gained during my PhD was problem solving and fast learning, because this is not soft skill, this is also.
Which means then you are ideal to start the next round, which is about the soft skills.
I can also go.
Because this was the great impact, which also is important for all of you, which means that if you change the domain, it was still a great value, the PhD, so Sandra. So
and of course my PhD
regarding
of great value, I'm very proud about the work I did, and I'm pretty sure it made me a better professional. If I didn't have done it and did some other experience. On the soft skills side, I would say that the teamwork that we had to do with the other professionals from other areas was very valuable, because the day-to-day I have to interact with project managers, mechanical engineers, users, and everyone somehow speaks a different language. And if you are not prepared to also put yourself in their skin, let's say, and understand and collect the needs from everyone, it's very hard to bring a product into series and into production.
One question.
Yeah.
given that you have worked with autistic children,
Yes.
so all of us have a little bit
A lot
of
of people
autistic.
that work
my-
are also
so
a little bit
for
autistic
sure, this
sometimes.
was also very good for you to evolve to interact with the people with different personalities and different. So.
Well, personalities and disorder is quite different.
Yeah,
But
I
have
don't
to-
want to bring to disorder.
But I have to
Even
study a
autism,
lot
I
on-
don't want to say that it's a disorder.
It is. That is
But,
okay. That's the right word. Okay. But in fact, I had to read a lot about, for example, verbal and non-verbal communication and how people interact with each other. And as a group leader nowadays, and I lead about 25 people, also helping them doing their job. The fact that I read a lot and researched a lot about that during my PhD with a different focus, but then the basis is the same. And I apply that also in the human-human interaction every day. So it helped me also in that matter. Not so techy, but for sure, I know my guys appreciate that I have some of this knowledge that I gained during my PhD.
Bruno, what are your best soft skills now after the PhD that you didn't have before?
I can tell you, I was talking with my supervisor Gabriel about that in the meal. Well, I can tell you one secret that our colleague has already talked. An engineer is a person that solves problems. That is a big secret. And we have technical problems, which usually I consider that they are easy to solve. Because
But sometimes we also create problems when we solve problems. So.
yes, that is yes, that's for sure. That is one key aspect. The other part of the problems is usually generated by the day-to-day work in projects. Okay, and I can tell you, we are here. I don't know how much persons are here, but usually during a week that I work in my project, for sure I'll talk with more people than what we are here. And that, as you already know, involves a lot of soft skills. For example, negotiating capabilities, solving conflict, some issues that arise usually, I don't know, because we are really tight schedule. That is a normal thing, and then cannot put pressure to the things. That is usually a common thing, okay? And you can say, for example, Vestas is a very systemized and organized company, okay? So imagine, if I have to do one activity, I have to consult or align with A, B, C, D, whatever, until that, even the simple thing. Everybody knows that everybody has different personalities and ways to solve things and wishes, and that also always plays into a part. I can tell you that I work in Japan, which has a lot of colleagues. I think at that point we are more than 25 people there. And the dimension, the scale is smaller, but we have a lot of things in common because I have to still solve and talk with people. I have to ask around. I have to solve issues, small issues when I'm mounting my prototype or whatever. In a big company, that happens in another dimension, but it's fundamental because, as I said, I talk with a lot of people. Usually I have to negotiate stuff because somebody wants to do this in a way, or doesn't like that, or doesn't accept. We have that. So that involves a lot of this. That I can tell you that we can call it solving problems. Takes a lot of portion of my time that usually is required when I'm doing, for them, technical management of projects, which I'm doing now into projects aside with my normal designer's tasks. And you can imagine, I have some small examples. For example, sometimes we are building a prototype, okay? That involves purchasing parts from different places. I have to take care that those parts come in the specific point in the date of the project. Okay. So I have to manage that financial aspect of the thing. I have to purchase, ensure that the part comes there, and the person in the factory mounts it, and then that part gets out of the factory and is tested and that. So you can imagine the amount of people that I have to communicate every. I'm not saying every day because I talk with a lot of people, but that is very critical. And as you know, everybody wants something, has aspirations, and to manage all that stuff, I think one key aspect, of course, that the size is different. I acquired that during the PhD. Okay. Don't also be scared of that. If you are going to a university, this is a normal thing. It is something that you will not quite learn that in the when we are in university. Okay, because in a sense it's something that cannot be learned. Okay, but for sure you will use a lot of the things that happened before. For example, as I said, this scheme of building things and taking care of the items that you need are on time, or negotiate with people and all that stuff. That usually happens. Okay, and of course, this is no science. As I said, technical problems are the most easy ones because usually they are rational and you have a defined objective. Dealing with people is far more complex.
Dealing with ourselves.
Yes, exactly.
Also,
so this is a constant thing. Okay, so
thank you.
Thank you.
And Gianpaolo, you as Italian and doing a PhD in Portugal, so what are the soft skills that you have acquired among the savages here?
Besides learning how to cook francesinha, it's okay. Okay, so in my opinion, one of the most important things is scientific communication. So this is very related to working in a team, so in relationship with the supervisors, with other teammates. So in my opinion, if you cannot clearly communicate what you're doing, you cannot fully understand it. So during your PhD program, you can really do this exercise. So it's very, very important to communicate what you're doing very, very clearly. To understand what the others are doing and how you can improve in your daily tasks. So this is one of the most important things. And also this writing is a good exercise to improve in communicating. So this is very important. If I can give you some advice, for example, keep a research journal. This is something I've learned after a few years, and it's something that can really help also after your PhD. So communicating, writing a lot about your topic of about what you're studying, and this helps you to helps a better integration in your team, in your community, scientific community, basically.
George, you also, because you have been in Denmark doing a PhD, so your soft skills also were a challenge, for sure.
Yeah, they are. I don't think Danes are that bad, but it's something that needs to be worked for sure. Again, I agree that the most difficult part is the person. So the technical side. The technical side is it's rational, like you said. It's solvable if you don't talk about it rationally, then we are doing something wrong. But then soft skills are exactly that, and somehow when you are discussing with somebody, you get to be rational, and it's something that the PhD molds the brain. I think when you start arguing about something or discussing something, you kind of need to have that ability to keep in scope and use scientific arguments, let's put it that way, to do your job. Now, it's not always reason, it's a lot of heart sometimes a bit of gut, that you have a good feeling that that can be the best solution, for example. But then you have to work through it. You have to demonstrate, build a prototype, build a lot of things. That's the most important part of the soft skills. And then again, like Bruno said, an engineer solves problems. I would add that besides solving problems, he doesn't create them. So you just have a problem. Okay, how can we solve them? How do you organize with other people to solve them? And in that regard, with the Danes, probably Bruno felt that also, because Vestas is a neighbor company from my university in the same city. Actually, I live on the other side of the road of the headquarters.
Okay, then I was there near you.
And they are very organized, and so they have an 8-8-8, or their day is divided like that: 8 hours work, 8 hours leisure, and 8 hours resting, and that is something sacred for them, and that is also soft skills, because in 8 hours you have to address the work part, work through it. Then you have 8 hours where you have your private life and you work through it, and then of course 8 hours to rest.
No.
Not Portuguese. Vestas brought a bit of that to here, but I don't know. Yeah, I think that is a bit related with Christianity, but that's a different question. Okay, but that's the thing. When you start working, that's what I feel. When I start working in these molds, on this scheme, I start to feel a bit more rested. And when I went to work, I really went to work with full strength, and let's solve this and attack. And it's difficult in our area to sometimes disconnect, of course, in the sense that you stop working, but then there's a background thread, like over there, the brain thinking. Sometimes you wake up and, I know how to solve this. But then the exercise is, okay, I'll leave it for next day. And you leave it. So that's the kind of things that in my case, working with other people.
Sleep, eat, work.
Sleep, eat, work, and it's for me it's becoming sacred. Of course, I'm seeing this, and sometimes I do a bit more hours of work because it's something a bit more urgent. But then there are days where I do a bit less because I can balance that, for example. This is my personal case. I don't think it's something that can be expanded or something. It really depends your situation, of course. But then it's what I felt regarding the soft skills. I have to adapt, even to working with the Danes, because if I would send an email at 6 p.m. there is 1 hour plus. I won't get the answer until the next day, for example.
Yeah, they have that is important because they have also. People from the north, they have different philosophy. They really respect working hours, family time, sleeping, and having fun. And all this so that you can get efficient when you work, which is in Portugal.
We mixed it a bit.
We can always working, even when we sleep.
And I'm saying this.
We don't sleep because we have to work.
Almost like that sometimes. But
it's shocking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because when they stop, they stop. And that is okay. So these person, for example, I have colleagues in the factory that Friday, 2 o'clock, Portuguese time, so 3 of them,
Yeah.
they all become yellow in Teams.
Yeah.
They will not reply anymore.
Yeah.
So we wait
Yeah.
for next Monday.
So, João, you there in Italy, so how
Uh,
is it? The skills that you have, the soft skills that you have developed and you are still developing now linked with the Italian way of life.
No, we are very similar, I have to say.
So, yes, one of the main ones coming here is to enjoy coffee, for sure. And PhD is something that
I
if
agree.
you don't, you will start to enjoy. um, no, so besides, and to change a bit what others are saying, because it's always true for all of us, for me, I also feel that was important during the PhD to participate in other projects besides mine. For instance, by helping master students to get their thesis, helping people with difficulties in the lab or learning how to use a certain machine or certain technique, and be involved in different projects, even if it was not my project, so it was not entirely my concern, but helping here and there was also important to now my work in research and being in a lab where everybody has their own research project and be able to participate in different subjects and understand them. I think this was an important part for me. And also now, for instance, was also important, another point, to participate together with my advisor in the submission of research projects, because this gave me, although it was not obviously part of my PhD, these things that you do apart from it also give you skills for the future. For instance, this experience was important for me when I submitted my individual Marie Curie fellowship. So I had to go through a whole new rules from European Commission to understand what you need to write, exactly how you need to write. And this is a kind of specific writing. So at least for me, I understand, like, for instance, writing a paper and writing a project is completely different. And I think these skills that I got during my PhD helped me now in getting this grant and other grants. So this is also something that I want to point, besides obviously what my colleagues already said, because this is obviously true also for me.
So is that
Yeah.
something that...
Well, let me see if I can organize my answer. So, beginning with personal relationship. During the PhD, we had a very good working environment. So I was working with people that I even now consider my friends, even after these years. And that helped a lot. So I sensed that I gained a feeling of how to deal with other people, how to be in a team and cooperation, and also the thing of when I have my own team, what kind of environment I want them to have. And when I think of that, I can think of my PhD. That's the kind of environment I want them to have. As said, I didn't have a lot of experience back then on conflict solving, because I didn't need to. And that's actually a good thing, because if you are in a working team, you're not supposed to have conflicts within the team. The team should work. You should have conflicts. The conflict solving came afterwards, when I began working with projects with a whole lot of different people from other organizations, a lot of different stakeholders having to deal with separate interests, and things got a bit more complicated. but at least it gave me a very big sense of what kind of team I would like to be in for the remainder of my professional life, and as in terms of the leading that I do, try to instill that same sense of comfort, of team comfort, on the people that work with me. Yeah. Regarding other things that have already been told, so I consider myself also lucky for that. I still work in research. I still do research, although mostly applied research. And there's a particular learning how to do research. It's something I have the opportunity to have in a PhD. How to embrace a problem, how to read information, and to read. Sometimes you have to read really fast. You have a short time to. I feel sometimes that I'm very frequently out of my comfort zone with new projects that come in, new challenges. The ability to fastly read new information, to learn, to contact, and to learn really fast, that's what allows me, and I think everybody in this field, to be able to adapt really fast to that new problem and to be able to solve it. And at last, communication. Learning how to write, it's extremely important. I was at lunch talking with Professor Luis, and you were saying that is something that sometimes it happens with students, that students say, oh, we don't need to know how to write well, because we are not on a Portuguese or a literature class. The thing is, if you are writing a proposal, and this can be a commercial proposal, you may have an amazing proposal and the other guy maybe has a worse proposal, but this proposal is better written than yours. You will win. João, if he's working with project submissions, it happens the same. Being able to communicate clearly and well, it's extremely important. Either it's a scientific communication, like a paper, either it is a proposal application for H2020, or now it's the Horizon Europe program, or a business proposal to a client. Being able to write well is important, and being able to talk well, to develop a short, concise public presentation with a simple deck of slides that clearly communicates what you want to communicate, that I think will make wonders for your personal life. And that is something that I began to learn. I say began because I'm still learning. I'm still learning how to do it. I like to think that I'm constantly improving this, but this definitely began during my PhD period. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, so to finish, I think it was more or less obvious that it was worthwhile to make the PhD. Would you do it again? And also, what are the advices? So some of you, these were already advices that you give to your colleagues, and also things that they probably could have done differently, or you could have done differently. Emmanuel, starting with you. So you wouldn't do anything different.
If I would do something different? So, an advice, Bruno already said it and I would repeat it. Learn as much as you can. You will never, probably, ever have, in the future, the opportunity to focus on learning, learning a topic without being without interference from other tasks, from other needs, from meetings, endless meetings. You'll know that in the future, but right now I hope you're not. And it's a great opportunity, these years that you have for the PhD, so take advantage of them, learn as much as you can. Not just on the topics you are working with, but try to learn broadly. Try to learn things both that are hard skills, like technical hard skills that you are need to your work, but also soft skills. Learn to communicate. enroll in writing training, enroll in talking training, have also the courage and to go there, to pursue that way, because that will be really important afterwards. And actually, if I would do something different, I think that would be something I would do now, to begin enrolling in this kind of soft skill training from the very early start. And I think that would be probably the major change the only change I would do, I think.
Well, is there something different that you do, or something that you still would like to give as an advice?
As something different, there's always things as we go on, we always think, I could do this better, or I could read more this paper or not that paper. But in the end, I think major things, I wouldn't change anything. As an advice, I think, as Emmanuel was saying, try to learn more than just your subject. Of course, your subject is your PhD, and you need to write it, you need to develop, you need to research on it, but try to learn everything you can. So you for sure are involved in a lab, in a department, in a research center, and try to communicate and be involved in other projects with everybody. Even if sometimes it seems that you are losing time because it requires time and you have your own project, this is something that I feel like is important to the future. Besides that, try to leave your comfort zone also, because if you are too comfortable, probably you are not learning enough. So in my view, and probably that's why one of the reasons I moved is to be constantly learning. This is my personal goal. And for this, you need to leave your comfort zone. Otherwise, you keep stuck in the same, even if you don't realize it.
One advice? Something different?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't change anything also. It's
nice life.
It is what it is. I had my hard moments also. You know, probably Professor Stella doesn't remember, but when she said, "Oh, you graduated with," I don't remember the grade. Sorry, I was so tired at the moment after delivering the PhD that I couldn't even. Is that good? Is that bad? So you'll have difficult moments. There are moments that you feel that, why did I enroll on the PhD? Why? But in the end, those are the moments that makes you shift.
But
which
sometimes
adapts
you even
you.
regret you were born, so that is nothing.
From a philosophical perspective, yes, it happens. But again, you can look at, give a second look, and think, probably I can use this as a learning moment. And as Emmanuel said, this is the best time. This is the moment where you'll have tons of time to learn everything. Of course, don't expect to use it everything. You'll learn something probably, then you'll leave. You can even change the area like Sandra did. That's the thing. But then the PhD is not just the technical things that we've been discussing for the last half an hour or something. It's a lot of the process, let's put it that way, the scientific process. More in the scientific process, of course. So yeah, just
nothing changed. Perfect.
Yeah. But there's another thing I need to say. It's the network that you will also create with others, and here I'll use my case. I have a great I have to give an appreciation to Professor Jorge Caralto, because he really insisted, no, I think you should work in this project with these guys. That's where everything started, and 7 years later, almost, I'm still working with them. So if I didn't do that, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now, and had all the changes throughout my life as a PhD student and even after. And when I say create a network, sometimes there's that thing that you have to change your personality almost. You seem like a nice person. Don't do that. Be a nice person. That's the most important thing, because when you go solve problems, that's where you show you if you are a really nice person or not. Also, that's part of the soft skills of solving problems, is being a nice person. Sometimes you have to be like a bastard, because somebody else is also a bastard. But be kind, and eventually your network will also grow, and that's where doors start opening for the future. I think it's my best advice.
Gianpaolo, you that had to leave your comfort zone in Italy, would you still do it again, or what is it?
It was the best choice of my
to
life.
do it differently?
No, it was a great choice. I was very lucky. Just I would like to be, so practically speaking, I would like to suggest a book, PhD Trajectory. The publisher is Springer, I guess. It was very useful for me. So try to organize what you do daily. So time management is very, very important. Write a lot. Whatever you want, just it doesn't matter what you write, but just is a good exercise to understand how to communicate, how to write better. And what also helps is journaling. So keep a research journal. It's very, very important. And so time management means you need to organize your what you're doing daily. So every day it means planning when you want to leave the office. So this means this is very important. Otherwise, the risk is you get so involved into what you are doing that you cannot clearly see your research topic anymore in a smart way. So this is very important when you have to plan your resting time. This is essential. And remember that PhD course is a privilege. Just enjoy it. Yeah, that's it. It's very practical.
You did become transparent.
Thank
I
you.
was just looking here on the. Sorry. Bruno, please.
Well,
Final advice.
one advice that I have to tell is that the PhD is also a sandbox, which is a good thing, because you can try whatever you want. Of course, the supervisor, basically you have to obey him and do the stuff that he tells you to do, but that is the important thing, and it is important because you don't know the future, and it might be that you'll need that thing that you trained or that you tried before in that particular future. Okay, I don't know, a MATLAB script, whatever, a tool. Try that. Don't be scared of, because the PhD has objectives, but also has a path, and sometimes that path is also important because it gives you other things that you need in the future. That's one thing. The second thing is prioritize how you do stuff and what you do. Think about is this really important? If it is not, don't do it. Don't waste your time in that. Okay, that is the
good advice.
yeah.
Yeah. Sandra?
Okay.
Well, based on my experience, I can think about two advices, and some go a tiny bit related with what the colleagues said previously. The first is write early and perhaps take advantage of writing articles for conferences and magazines for them to feed in your thesis. Because writing a thesis was something very hard, And the fact that I had already several papers written down and transforming them in chapters in my thesis helped a lot. The second one, there are several ways of learning. You can spend hours reading, you can do Coursera courses, whatever. In my experience, what helped was to get in touch with the best in the area. So fortunately, also with the help of Philomena, I had a chance to do an internship in England for 4 months with the top researchers in the world in my area. And this gave me a big boost in my learning, and then I could apply also what I learned over there in my PhD. So of course, if your way of learning is reading, it's okay. If it is watching talks, also okay, whatever, courses online. With me, it worked to be in contact with people who know a lot. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we have done the round. In summary, learn as much as you can, check. Networking, check. Study and read a lot of papers and invest in your writing and communication scientifically so that you can better understand what you are doing and what the others are doing, check. And with this means that you can at the future write good proposals. And because of that you can also, and because of the PhD that you are working in very hard problems, this also means that you are able to fast understand, adapt to new projects and the new challenges. Checked. Time management, rest, have fun, very important. Don't be all the time working on your PhD because we lose our smart vision of what we are doing. And last but not least, contribute to create a good environment in the group. Yeah, team comfort, but be prepared also to solve conflicts in the future because these are natural. And I think that's it. And what we can still do is that if some of you would like to make a question with something that was not addressed here, or to know something about themselves, you are free to ask.
Always prepare a question. It's also a good advice.
Yeah. And also questions
Nice.
to be prepared. Or we have to prepare questions when we are going to share sessions.
Yeah. That is a kind thing.
Also. So, are you motivated and full of energy? And are you going to be resilient? This is worthwhile?
I have a question for you. Have you ever thought what you'll do next? So you deliver the thesis. What will do next? That has crossed your mind?
Why am I doing the PhD?
That also is a good question. Did you
Why?
think about that? That is also an important thing. To think what, because that directs you also in your choices during the PhD. So think about that. That's an important thing.
So about the why am I doing this PhD,
Yeah.
I think it was obvious that it's worthwhile doing it. So if you have, and it's normal that during our PhD I felt this, and we all felt sometimes we were desperate doing our works, and also sometimes feeling alone. But this is also part of pains of growing. So I think the first question is solved, but then as Bruno says, think also have in mind the future, and whatever will be a nice future because you have here the examples, they are happy. And
yes.
So yes. So yes. Yeah.
They can see a smile, but we are smiling.
You can
because
show your faces.
Yeah. This is the evidence.
Yeah.
So they can recognize you outside.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you don't have questions, I think we can finish this roundtable. Thank you very much for your time to be here. Some of you had to travel. Nice. Thank you, João. Thank you, Gianpaolo.
Thank you very much.
Online with
Thank you very
us,
much.
and keep in touch with us. With all.
Sure.
Of course, sure.
Until
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so enjoy.
on the second year of the PhD program in the microtechnology areas. My orientation team is Professor Higieno Correia and Dr. Sara Pimenta. My presentation is about the planning that I had to do for the curricular unit Planeamento da Tese em Engenharia Eletrónica e Computadores. I also presented this in July, I think it was around July. So I'm going to show around 15-20 minutes about this presentation. So I'll start with the summary of with this presentation. I will start with the introduction about the human brain and their main disturbs and optogenetics, brain organoids, and the conjunction of optogenetics and brain organoids. The main objective of my PhD, the state of the art, a little bit of the state of the art of atomic layer deposition, ALD, the microelectrodes and the waveguides. After that, I'll present the planning, more than like a Gantt diagram, and the methodology that I'm using. And to finish, the already developed work that I did on the first year. So according to the WHO in 2019, there are around 350 million people with diagnosed neuropsychiatric disorders. These neuropsychiatric disorders are separated between mental disturbs and neurological disturbs. One of the methods to try to solve this problem in the day and age is optogenetics. And what is optogenetics? Optogenetics, it's an area that's very recent. It started around 2012, and it picked up around in 2015. And it joins two big areas, the optical field, and the genetical field. When you join these two areas, you can stimulate stimulate an area of photosensitive neurons. With these photosensitive neurons, you can achieve cellular specificity in the scale time of milliseconds, basically. So you have, normally your neurons are not photosensitive. With this kind of technique, it's injected a virus in your brain with a protein called an opsin. That opsin turns your neurons photosensitive, and then with the type of light, for example, blue light and red light and yellow light, you can achieve different things with your neurons. With this, a tool that is used in optogenetics mainly is neural probes. It's the same area that João Ribeiro was working, and I'm continuing his work. We have two main tools. The traditional process, it was the electrical process, and then that you insert a neural probe in your brain, and then you stimulate it electrically, and then you record the signs that your neurons emit. With this approach, with optogenetics, you have a neural probe, you insert it in your brain, but instead of stimulating it electrically, you stimulate it with light. So, for example, you don't have a problem to fry your brain, because if you don't control, you are not very good at controlling the electricity that you send to the little mice brain, you can fry it basically. And with light, that doesn't happen. So it was developed the Optrode. It's a mix of optical stimulation and electrical recording. So in my PhD, instead of using little mice, we opted to use brain organoids. And what are brain organoids? Brain organoids are tiny brains that are created with stem cells. With these stem cells, you can achieve a better understanding of your brain, and then you can use the learning that you achieved with those brain organoids and apply it in the field of neurological disorders without, for example, killing the mice. So, since you are cultivating stem cells, you don't kill anyone, and it's like we said, it's more ethical than the previous attempts that were until recently. Then you join both optogenetics and brain organoids, and with this conjunction, you can improve the knowledge of the human brain, and then create more effective therapies to fight this kind of problems in this day and age, these neurological disorders and stuff. So the main objective of my PhD is the fabrication of a neural probe with double function, with very reduced dimensions, with better characteristics, using mainly atomic layer deposition. After achieving this neural probe, it will be tested and validated in brain organoids. You can see here a 3D schematic of a basic neural probe. You can see basically the body of the probe. You can see the contacts that you use to connect to the outside world. You can see, for example, this is really, really tiny. For example, I think it's the one that I designed here is around 9 microns, so it's a little bit difficult to show in a global view, for example. And then a waveguide, that is the thing that it that guides the light to your brain. The dimensions that we are pointing to are around 50 microns with width, 10 microns with thickness, and 4 millimeters with length. So it's here. The electrodes are 9 by 9 microns, and the waveguide is with transversal cut around 20 per 5 microns. ALD, what is ALD? ALD is the method of chemical vapor deposition. The main difference is it's a conformal deposition, because, for example, if you have PVD, physical vapor deposition, the deposition of the thin film, you go from, if you have, for example, a block, it will only deposit on the downside of the block, not on the walls. With conformal deposition, you can deposit around all the walls. With the atomic layer deposition, like the name says, it can be controlled layer by layer, atom by atom. So it's with elevated control, with really good repetibilidade, pronto, vocês não perceberam. So it's also better for thickness lesser than 40 nanometers, and it's mainly used in the fabrication and the cladding of microelectrodes and the cladding of waveguides. It's a little bit difficult to see, but for example, we have an array of microelectrodes. On the left side, there's electrodes that they didn't have the cladding with in this case iridium oxide on these circles. It's a little bit difficult to see. They didn't have cladding of ALD, and this on this side they had cladding with ALD technique. As you can see, the impedance values, for example, the ones that didn't have cladding were bigger than, for example, the lesser one was 800, and the biggest one was higher than 1,007 kilo ohms. The same ones, but with this time with the cladding of iridium oxide was around 450 kilo ohms. It's a big difference. For the waveguides, the main difference is you have the same result with cladding and without cladding, with the same result with the setting in the light, but the big difference is the rugosity of the waveguide. As you can see, for example, in the first waveguide, the rugosity was around 1.73 nanometers, and the first one and the second one with the ALD cladding, it was around 0.42, 4 times less than the ones without cladding, ALD cladding. Okay, this is more the Gantt diagram of the planning of my PhD thesis. I think it's easier to see in this slide. For the first year, it's something that, for example, my 2 colleagues that enter this year, they won't have the academic courses. So I have first semester and the second semester I had academic courses. Now it's changing. I also had to study the different methods of fabrication and characterization of neural probes, and I had advanced training in 3 different technologies: direct write lithography. This also with a machine that's called micro MLA. It's micro massless aligner with atomic layer deposition and reactive ion etching. Those were the 3 main machines. On the second year, I'm focusing more on the simulation of the mechanical behavior of the neural probe and the optical behavior of the neural probe, and at the same time developing this neural probe using different kind of techniques for photolithography, RAE, and ALD. And if this doesn't work, I'm trying to focus on these 3. And if, for example, if I can't work correctly with all of 3, I'll try to use PVD, a different technique of the thin film deposition. After the first semester, I'll pass to the characterization with the characterization of the microelectrodes of the neural probe. Also, I'll start the fabrication of the optical side of the neural probe. It's the waveguide. It's the waveguide fabricated with SU8. It's a polymer, a photosensitive polymer, and with a cladding with ALD. After fabricating the optical side, I'll start on the characterization of the optical part of the neural probe. On the third year, I'll try and join everything, basically the optical side and the electrical side, fabricate everything, and then also design a PCB that I'll show you guys, because I already designed the PCB and fabricated the PCB, so you can connect a little thing to a little probe to the outside world, and how to record the electrical values that are produced from your brain, and to finish off the writing of the PhD document. Okay, this is a little bit hard to see because the image is really dark. This is the optical probe that I fabricated on my first year. It isn't with the size that I wanted, because we are still optimizing the process. So you can't do everything in the first year. We did something, but it's a big progress. For example, the electrical tracks, for example, where the electric sign, where the electrical sign of the brain is recorded was about 15 microns, the previous one, and this one is 5 microns. So it's a big change. And we are trying to improve it even more. For example, I'm working on the next one is around 3 microns. The design isn't this one, so I'm going to show on the next page. This is the one. Even if you see the schematic, it's a little bit different. For example, on the top here, it's a rectangle, and this one has a particular shape because of the connector that I'm using right now. It's completely different from the one that was used before me. So as you can see, for example, the probe will connect to this connector. It's an FPC connector. So it's because of this connector that I have to use this kind of schematics, because it's mandatory, or else I can't connect the probe to the PCB. And then it's a two-layer PCB that has tracks to this connector, to the Omnetics connector, that you can connect to a head stage. A stage basically is a microcontroller that you connect to your computer, and then you work with your data. This was developed around, let me see, January, February last year. So I didn't want to live, like I said, on the third, I was supposed to only design this on the third year of the PhD, but I opted to design this already and test it and validate it, because if I'm going to produce the neural probe with a prototype, I need to have this. So I had to already change a little bit the planning, so I opted to design this already. So thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any questions. It's a little bit boring for some of you that aren't from my area, but you can ask anything.
It's a way to learn.
It's a way to learn, yes. It's also basically it's my first year, so it's a little different from some people that are already on the third and the second year. So
just a very little advice. I saw you put the thesis writing on the third year.
yes.
My advice, because I also did kind of like that, and it was really hard for me to do everything on the last year. You can start by writing now.
Yes, I already find out about that, because it's way easier to write a little bit every year and then join everything on the last year. So it's a changing. The planning was like, for example, version 1.0 or beta version. It was that one. The planning will change basically every year, or sometimes every month. But I have to show you this because it was the presentation. But I already found out about that one. But thank you, nonetheless.
Even meanwhile, if the work is valuable, to publish.
Yes, of course.
Or journal or whatever.
Already try to write something. Yeah, like Sandra said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Use optical simulation.
Yes.
And what wavelength or wavelengths you use and the source.
On the optical simulation on console, yeah. For example, I'm going to be mainly using blue light on console, because I'm trying to use, since the blue light is used to stimulate, I'm going to use blue light because I want to stimulate the neurons. You can use the console. The console you can use which wavelength that you want. You for example, you want to use 365, 400, 500, 1000. You can just go to the console, it's the program, and then select it and then test it. So mainly I'm going to use blue light.
Okay, but the optical guide needs to be according to
Yes, the thickness and the material has impact on the trajectory and of the light, and I have to also know. For example, if I'm using SU8, I have to know the refractive index of that material. And for example, if you have blue light in SU8, it behaves differently in the red light or yellow light. So
you go to continuous or pulsed or any kind of
it's pulse. It's a millisecond pulse. So it's for example around like the test of the impedance around 1 kilohertz. So it's a pulse light. It's not a continuous light.
Okay, but this is the frequency, but the pulse width.
The pulse width is around 1 millisecond. So.
Okay. Yeah. Other thing, how do you collect the data? You use two electrodes?
The neural probe on the tip, it has electrodes, and then it has metal tracks to the contacts. So, for example, I'll try to show you again. For example, I think it's easier to see. These are the electrodes. It's a hole on the neural probe, because the neural probe, it is, for example, it has a body. In this case, it's polyimide. It's a polymer, and then the tracks and the electrodes and the contacts are all metals. So if you inject a metal in a brain, you can cause problems. And then if you don't encapsulate the metal, it doesn't work. So it has little holes with the last. For example, the metals is a stack of 3 metals: titanium, aluminium, and platinum. The last one it's platinum because it's biocompatible. So it's the only one that can connect to the brain. And then the electrical sign, for example, enters here, and then it goes upwards with the tracks, and then you can, for example, in this schematic, I have wires, copper wires, connected through wire bonding to these contacts, and then you use the head stage. It's a microcontroller connected to the pins, and then you plug it to the computer. In this one, it's basically the same thing. So, but the schematic is a little bit different. This time, instead of wires, copper wires, I'm using this particular connector. So you connect the neural probe like this, and then it snaps and and places it on that same spot. It doesn't move. So with this, I can connect the head stage here, and then connect it to the computer. And okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
Okay.
you again.
The letter is a little bit changed, but okay. So I did a little bit different from you because I think that is to expose my team of the thesis, and so I refactor a little bit to ease the understanding. So it's not exactly my plan that I present, but I think this is go well as well. So I'm Cristiano Rodrigues. I'm starting the second year of the PhD. I'm in the specialization of embedded systems, and my advisor is Professor Sandro Pinto, and my thesis is entitled Software-Based Micro-Architectural Attacks on Low-End IT Devices. This is a funny name, but its real means. how can you attack hardware? So I want to explain how can you attack hardware. It's a strange topic because we are estimated to attack software, not hardware. But here we part of the principle that all the hardware is connected in some way. All hardware is composed of a connection to internet that is doing this our communication in an ecosystem that creates this digital universe. So this, all of these devices, there are a lot of types, like the program personal computers, like servers, like smartphones, but the ones that I'm interested in is this type of device that we call low-end devices. These are devices that have less power, computation power, and they are restricted in power as well. These are mainly composed of a microcontroller or two, at most, usually from the Cortex-M of family from ARM. Doesn't have any type of virtual memory, yet most has a little component that limits the access to memory. So this is my main target to my PhD. And this type of device increasingly are being using in the society, and are being like what is the term? Is ubiquitous to us. And ARM projects that by 2035 it's shipped already 1 trillion devices of this kind, and it is estimated that this type of device will have a market share around $1,500 billion. So what is important? This is important because this is the incentive that the hackers have to attack us. So, but the one problem that goes next is how can they attack us if we have hardware? So the hardware is a fixed thing, it's produced once, as it's supposed not to have, doesn't have any bug, but it's not the case. So in the last 14 years, the processor computing power is being having a trending and increasing trend. So and the processor has moving away from the velocity of the memory. The memory is much slower than the processor, and this creates a performance gap between the two main components of a processor. To mitigate this, it was proposed some optimizations at the microarchitectural level of the processor to mitigate this. First, we introduced the pipeline to parallelize the instructions. Afterwards, we introduced some type of speculative execution, that is the processor is now trying to guess what is the next instruction to be executed, and this put that instruction or those instructions in the pipeline. And to obscurate or to collapse the gap between the processor velocity and the low latency of memory, we introduced various levels of cache, like level 1, level 2, and level 3. With this came another problem, that we increase the complexity of the processor, and this pushed us farther away from the first principle of security, that is less is more. So, but this is not exactly the main problem. The main problem is that with that complexity, we want to push even further. So, in the software layer, we want to multiplex the processor and share it about many apps. So now you have a more complex processor, and we have a more complex stack of software. the problem here is the sharing of the hardware. The several applications are running on top of the hardware, and like us, that when we walk in some ground and leave footprints or footprints, these applications leave fingerprints and footprints in the shared hardware. And this is the problem that you have, that several applications, besides the fact that they can be isolated in some way, but they share the same hardware. And the problem here is that we can have different types of criticality in the applications. We can have what we call a secure application, that is like doing some cryptographic things that can be related, like doing something related with money, like home banking, something like that. And we have the application that we call normal application that can be malicious and try to steal data from this kind of enclave or sandbox through the hardware that is shared, because those fingerprints that when one application runs in the same ground leaves. But okay, we have a problem here. But how can we attack this? This is even a question. So, with a problem, we have to exploit it. To exploit it, we have to leverage this technique called side channels. Side channels go for the principle that any actions, any physical actions emits for the surrounding environment a collateral information that can be, for example, heat. In this, for example, when a lamp emits light, they also emit heat. So the first action is emit light, but we have a collateral information that is the heat, and we can touch the lamp and see if they was turn off or turn on. This is information that it comes from the action. There is other information that we can have, like sound, like electromagnetic radiation, and the one that I'm interested in is time difference. And putting together the two principles, this is the complexity that is increasingly being felt in the processors with this technique side channels. How can we attack? So I will give a short example. We have here our abstraction of the processor, and when one application runs functional correctly, so the function that is expected from the app is done from the rules that the programmer set to them. However, when you share the same hardware, we make some interferences in the shared hardware, the shared microarchitectural states. And this makes some difference in the execution time of the applications. And I can give another example here. Imagine that the cache is like a highway and the application is like a car. A car can go from point A to point B and be functional correct. This means they arrive at the destination. But if you increase the number of cars in the highway, or if you have a traffic jam, the time to arrive at the location, the final location, will change. And with this, external person can see by the time that the trip lasts, if that was a traffic jam or not. So this type of attacks are called software-based microarchitectural attacks, because they use the microarchitectural states and they're attacked from software. And these went mainstream when these two attacks were unveiled, the meltdown and the spectrum. The meltdown and the spectrum used two types of microarchitectural components, the cache and the speculative execution and out-of-order execution, to break all operating system barriers. acho que é assim que se diz, barreiras. This put this type of attacks in the raise the awareness for this type of attacks, giving now some type of history of what came to us in these last 25 years. In 1996, Kosher et al. Proposed that this shared hardware can be a front of problem, a source of problem, and be exploited from software. Soon after, a lot of attacks that explore several levels of cache, cache level 1 instruction and data, and level 2 and level 3 in different type of processors like ARM, AMD, and Intel. Other attacks, the ones that I have talked about, the Meltdown and Spectrum, use a combination of both that use the auto-forward execution, the speculative execution, and the cache, and other type of attacks already exist, like the Nemesis that explore the interrupt controller of the processor to guess what instructions some program is executing. This is like the one application is always interrupt another application, and using the atomicity of the processors. This means that if each instruction of the processor has a specific time to execute, but it has to execute till the end. So if an instruction, if an interrupt is at the middle of the instructions, the interrupt it only be processed at the end. And this delay in the attend to the interrupt can be read from another app and used to steal information from like a security app. All of these attacks were targeting a specific type of devices. These ones, the ones that I'm not interested in, the personal computer, the servers, and the smartphones. However, for this type of devices, just one attack, the Nemesis, the one that uses the interrupt controller, attacked them. And this was an attack that happens by coincidence, because the researchers saw that both processors and microcontrollers have interrupts, so they can explore in both fields this type of attack. And this raises two questions. The first is, besides there is only one attack in this type of devices, this attack show us that they are also prone to be attacked. And second, there is just one attack, so there is a lot of opportunity to me to investigate. So this is my opportunity and my thesis, that is exploring software-based attacks, that micro-architectural attacks that explore the shared components in the processor in on-wall NIT devices. And using software-based side channels is the way that we attack hardware. Thanks for your attention. I'm open to questions and open to with my not so good English, be explicative. Okay.
Different topic from the previous one, so we move to.
Yeah.
Any question?
Yes.
Sorry, I tried to talk in English, but
Okay, no problem. My English is not good also.
Your thesis is based on low-end devices.
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Hacker attacks on in low-end devices. What are the main problems that can cause an attack a low-end device, like a coffee machine or?
Yeah, that type of attack can be in that type of devices like a coffee machine, but can also be a low-end device like a crypto wallet, hardware crypto wallet that has your bitcoins, your ethereum, your crypto coins that has a value of millions, and if these attacks can penetrate in that type of hardware, can be critical. Yeah, like in a coffee machine, maybe not be a problem. But in that type of attacks that use low-end devices that has critical applications is more dangerous. And there is another problem that is even that if a device has not any type of critical data like financial data or money, they can, if they are attacked, if they are like a smartphone, they can be used to manipulate data or to gather data that will not be ethical to be used by hackers or not should be in the possess of hackers. Like, for example, if I can get data from you, like your email, your location, your where you live, I can push you, like send emails to try to rob you in other kinds of fields with the information that I get from your low-end devices. There are a lot of ways that we can damage the society by attacking this type of devices. And even that if we don't think a lot, or if we don't see any application for these hackers, for these hacks, it's better, I think, to have a built-in security feature that prevents it, because if there is no problem, there is no possibility for that hack to happen. Okay, I hope that I answer the question.
Yes, thank you.
So this isn't a question, but as you said, attacking a coffee machine or a refrigerator isn't a big problem. But I think it was in National Geographic the problem about IoT and how it's being used as, for example, the hackers take control of several and a lot of coffee machines, refrigerators, basically low-end IoT devices to use on DDoS attacks.
Yeah,
so
it's also possible.
A coffee machine, it is a problem for you. For example, if I hack your coffee machine, it doesn't affect you, basically.
Yeah.
But the hackers can use, it's basically a swarm attack or a flood attack, a DDoS attack, as you know, on financial institutions or government website or financial bank or something like that.
Yeah, and this is a bigger problem because this type of attacks, that I'm trying to explore, have been overrated, I think, because these type of devices are always doing something that's very easy, has not a lot of processing power, and the research field leave them in the corner of the investigation process, and they can be also very harmful to the society. And what you say is perfectly true, because
they're basically using like sleeper agents. They control the devices. They don't use it for a lot of, for example, years. And then when they want, they can use it to DDoS attack something.
Yeah.
Something.
And we have the example of the most prominent attack that we already saw. That was an attack with this type of devices to targeting the nuclear reactors in Israel, I think, that they manipulate the. It's like a virus, but it is just only activated when they reach the final target, and they pass the virus by connecting, by passing the virus from device to device to device to device, and that facility in the Israel has no type of connection to the outside world. So even without internet, this is possible by transferring the type of virus, and some persons work inside a facility and go to home, and go inside the facility and go to home, and someday they can bring in their pocket some device that or in your wrist pulse, some device that can cause a lot of damage.
Do you think the industry is improving on the security of this type of devices, or is maintaining the same as?
I think that is a push for that, but is not main
concern.
Yeah, it's not main concern, because I'm seeing that because I'm trying to attack some operating systems that are very secure, and they develop them for this type of devices, and now they leave them without much further improvement, because the other industry don't use it, so they don't have any great incentive to use, because this type of device have a problem. They are very cheap, so putting security is expensive.
Are you trying to find the attacks, or are you also trying to prevent the attacks?
Yeah, okay. I don't explain that in my presentation, but it's a good point. I'm trying first to find a vulnerability that I can exploit and raise the awareness of the attacks for this type of devices, and later propose a mitigation. And my later phase of my thesis is built a microcontroller from open source instruction set that has built-in mitigations for hardware, because a lot of the mitigation that there are for this type of attacks, they are not effective. Basically, they make some mask because the turning off these microarchitectural components that cause this type of attacks have huge costs on performance. So the chip manufacturers and designers doesn't make that. So my final point is, yes, to incorporate some technique that I have also to investigate the better compromise between security and performance, and bring a microcontroller with that built-in that is resilient to this type of attacks.
So your mitigation will be
in hardware. Yeah. I argue that is the only mitigation possible for this type of attacks.
Thanks again.
Para o doente ostomizados, porque os doentes ostomizados normalmente não conseguem controlar a evacuação dos seus fluidos fecais e por isso necessitam, penso eu, e penso mais gente, necessitam de apoio tecnológico. E este trabalho é feito sob a supervisão do professor Jaime e também do professor João Luís do IC. Por isso, este, digamos, é o índice do trabalho que está aqui apresentado. E como está, digamos, sequencial, não vou perder muito tempo, vamos andando. Por isso, para contextualizar o problema, os doentes que têm cancro de cólon retal ou outras doenças que necessitam de tirar o esfíncter anal deixam de fazer a evacuação normal e precisam, digamos, de ser ostomizados. Nesse sentido, há que fazer uma operação e, digamos, o doente irá depois utilizar um saco para onde serão, digamos, os fluidos fecais. É um processo bem testado, não há dúvida que é o processo que se usa, mas traz uma consequência. Os doentes, normalmente, ficam com problemas sociais. Porquê? Porque tanto a flatulência como a fluidez dos fluidos fecais deixa de ser controlada. Eles estão em público e a todo momento pode a flatulência sair e eles, pronto, preferem se isolar do que estar a arriscar a estar em público. É uma doença que, infelizmente, nos colégios técnicos na idade, tem uma tendência a aumentar com a idade. A solução parte sempre um saco. Parte sempre um saco, como mostrado na figura superior. Estima-se que no mundo, mais ou menos, haja 1 milhão de pessoas todos os anos a serem ostomizadas. Em Portugal não há números exatos, mas fala-se entre 12 mil a 20 mil. Portanto, não há números exatos. Pronto, o que é a colostomia, o que é um estoma e, digamos, o que é a diostomia. O estoma, por isso, o que é? É uma abertura que é feita na parede abdominal, onde se ligará a parte não funcional, a parte funcional do intestino grosso que foi, pronto, que se mantém no corpo, com a outra retirada, onde se ligará depois por meio de um estoma. O estômago, que é, de fundo, é uma saliência feita do intestino sobre a parede abdominal, por onde sairão os produtos fecais. Nós temos dois tipos há 3 tipos, mas eu vou só falar de 2. Há a colostomia, a diostomia e a urostomia. A urostomia é ligada mais à parte urinária. Nós só falamos destes casos concretos, que é a colostomia para aqueles que parte do intestino grosso deixa de trabalhar, e a ileostomia é para aqueles a quem o intestino grosso deixou totalmente de trabalhar. Por isso, enquanto na colostomia o estômago é feito na parte que está boa, por isso a parte afetada sai, na ileostomia é feita a saída do hilo, por isso a saída do intestino delgado. Quais são as grandes diferenças? É que um ileostomado tem perdas de fluidos muito grandes. O que acontece? Necessita muitas vezes ser hospitalizado para ser readaptado. Parte da investigação é saber de que modo a tecnologia sensorial será capaz de tentar resolver o problema social destes doentes. É apenas social, nada de médico, nem nada, é apenas social. E então, qual é a nossa motivação? É tentar melhorar as relações sociais das pessoas, que as pessoas tenham autoconfiança, que as pessoas acreditem de novo que podem ter a sua vida de volta atrás, não usando o saco, mas usando outro tipo de equipamentos, outro tipo de dispositivos que lhes facilita a vida social. No estudo da arte e, digamos, dos papers que existem sobre o assunto, nós temos 2 tipos de dispositivos. Temos os passivos e os ativos. Há 3 anos atrás, quando eu comecei a ver isto, não havia quase nada. Em 3 anos isto evoluiu muito, muito mesmo. Aparecem muitos dispositivos. Depois, à frente, mostro quais são. Os passivos, quais são? Pronto, é o saco que se cola, que tem cola, uma cola própria para colocar sobre o estômago. E há os sacos que têm 2 peças. Pode ter a peça normal, que é usa e deita fora, e há aquele que tem um dispositivo onde encaixa e o dispositivo fica lá, porque ao colar e descolar, a pele sente. E está lá, digamos, o dispositivo, só dá um giro, a rotação, tira o saco e mete o novo. E estes não têm controle. Há dispositivos passivos que têm controle. Por isso, este caso concreto que está marcado foi uma experiência que fizeram em 2 tipos de locais diferentes, em que era cozido à parede abdominal a parte intestinal. Mas o que aconteceu? De facto, resolvia o problema das pessoas, porque aquela tampa ali, ele abria a tampa quando necessitasse de ficar. Mas não, o que acontece? A parede abdominal com a parede intestinal, com o intestino, por alguma razão, não vi lá uma razão que explicasse isso, não funde. Por isso, há fugas. Um que apareceu de facto engraçado é este, que é um produto espanhol, em que o conceito é totalmente diferente. Enquanto o saco está fora, este é que faz? Mete o saco dentro. Por isso, o saco é metido dentro do estômago e quando faz a retirada, do produto fecais, a parte que está suja fica dentro do saco e a parte que está limpa está fora do saco. Por isso, a pessoa pode movimentar o saco sem se sujar. Engraçado. Este é recente, por isso este modelo de baixo é um conceito em que tem um saco. O saco é um saco muito pequeno, muito fino que consegue ficar debaixo de uma tampa. Ou seja, a pessoa pode ter a sua vida normal sob uma camisa que não se nota. E pode ir para a praia, apenas se vê, digamos, qualquer coisa que tem uma tampa, e nessa tampa, digamos, a pessoa, ao abrir, o saco sai e deixa que os fluidos fecais saiam. Já nos ativos, encontramos 3 grupos diferenciados. Aqueles que controlam, digamos, a umidade à volta do estômago, aqueles que controlam a flatulência e aqueles que controlam o enchimento do saco. É importante. Porquê que é importante primeiro? Primeiro porque, normalmente, as pessoas que têm um estômago acabam por ter irritações da pele junto ao estômago, porque os produtos fecais são agressivos para a pele. E é um dos problemas que eles têm, é saber se a pele está ou não afetada pelos produtos fecais. Do meio, pronto, a flatulência, que é, digamos, segundo dizem as pessoas que têm ostomias ou colostomias, diz que é pior coisa, quer dizer, não tão em público aquilo sai e faz barulho e as pessoas sentem-se mal. Dizem que controlam e temos então o lado direito, que é o mais para os ileostomizados, para controlar, digamos, o caudal do que saiu, porque tem que ser reequilibrado. Porque se a pessoa... qual é a diferença? Enquanto um colostomizado, digamos, os fluidos fecais são mais densos, mais duros, quando uma pessoa vai à casa de banho, é quase do género, depende do local onde é feita a colostomia. Nos ileostomizados é um produto líquido, o fluido é líquido e é contínuo, está sempre a sair. E isso pode levar, digamos, a problemas de desidratação. A metodologia que seguimos. Por isso, feito o ano curricular, feita a investigação... desculpa. Qual é o botão? Não interessa. Feito o ano curricular, feita a revisão de literatura de estado da arte, a conversa que houve já com o corpo clínico para saber como é que se podia, digamos, dar um novo paradigma a estes estudantes. Face às necessidades, por isso vai ser feito um protótipo, que irá ser testado in vitro e depois in vivo. Digamos, depois teremos a construção dos algoritmos e depois a escrita de artigos e, no fim, a tese. Isto no tempo normal. São as tarefas. O que é que se procura? Nós temos um problema, que é a colostomia e a elastomia, que é o problema dos doentes, que trazem vergonha e isolamento social. As pessoas isolam-se naturalmente, não se sentem bem socialmente. Qual é a solução? É um sistema de alerta inteligente. Nós propomos, nós pensamos que seja a solução. Que dá quê? Dá qualidade de vida às pessoas e melhoria nas suas relações pessoais. É isto que a gente tenta fazer. Tanto agora na ideia, por isso, da investigação que fizemos, por isso partimos de um sistema, tivemos a ver o que é que havia, chegámos à conclusão de que podemos pôr um sistema que é diferenciado dos outros sistemas, que traz coisas novas, que é ali a validação da proposta, produzimos o protótipo, são feitos os testes. Pronto, seguindo, digamos, o que está aqui no fluxograma funcional, o nosso objetivo é a satisfação do público-alvo. É satisfeito, muito bem, é sinal que nós cumprimos aquilo que o público quer. Não é satisfeito, vamos de novo ver como é que vamos resolver o problema. A nossa proposta, então, basear-se no sistema embebido. Eu vou tirar mais que é mais prático. No sistema embebido, em que nós temos, digamos, sensores à volta do estômago, temos um sensor de umidade, por isso que vai ler as zonas à volta do estômago, temos um sensor capacitivo, que irá ver, digamos, a textura, por isso o dieletro, que vai ser, as fezes irão servir de dieletro ao condensador, por isso, em função da sua densidade, dará uma leitura diferenciada. Depois teremos um leitor de pressão, por causa da flatulência. Teremos um leitor de temperatura e um posicional. Porquê? Para trabalhar, digamos, trabalhar o sistema, é preciso saber, digamos, qual é a posição em que o está. Se o doente está deitado, vai para a cama dormir com o sistema é inadequado. Para a cama, se for dormir, põe um saco para dormir. Isto é para ser usado na rua, para ser usado em contactos sociais. Não um sistema para usar na cama. Por isso, estão a ver ali que temos, digamos, o carregamento por wireless ou então por um AC. Por isso, a comunicação é feita por um CPU, por um microcomputador que tenha comunicação BLE para um smartphone, por sua vez, que irá para uma antena e irá comunicar com o corpo médico, depois com o hospital, se quiser, tanto por black como com a ligação por segura HTTPS ou então por SMS. Nós temos dois tipos de alarmes, os alarmes sensoriais e os alarmes por Bluetooth, que serão, digamos, a comunicação feita ao doente ou então à equipe médica. A equipe médica é via smartphone do doente. A forma física, digamos que temos, será uma caixa de mais ou menos 65 mm, mais ou menos isto, que é colocado. O estômago tem 35, 40 mm. Nós aqui estamos a contar com o estômago 35 mm, que é colocado sobre o estômago, que é blindado, ou seja, que é estanque, por isso veta. Os sensores estarão perfeitamente, digamos, em alerta para comunicar ao utilizador se a pressão, digamos, a flatulência está elevada, se à boca do estômago está a chegar alguma coisa, se necessita de ir à casa de banho, procurar o seu espaço para fazer, digamos, a evacuação dos seus fluidos fecais. Na nossa proposta, vendo agora, bloco a bloco, o seu diagrama. Neste momento temos ali o HX711 que vai trabalhar com um leitor de pressão. O HX711, pronto, é um conversor de 24 bits, muito barato e preciso, muito barato mesmo. Trabalharemos com cabo, por isso com o HD7746, que é um sensor de leitura de capacidade, um capacímetro. Iremos trabalhar com um 9808, que é um sensor de temperatura. O LM393 está ali estabelecido, que é por causa de descobrir as zonas de irrigação, quais são. Ele trabalha ali como um Schmitt-Trigger, por isso vai disparar um sinal quando ou então vamos fazer na percentagem ou faremos num estereses. Se escolhemos estereses, ele próprio uma determinada por isso, percentagem dispara um alarme para o doente atuar. Temos um FRAM ali, porque os dados podem ser guardados ao longo do dia e transmitidos, por exemplo, numa hora qualquer, para o corpo clínico que está a seguir o doente. Seja todos os dados que nós guardamos no sistema. Está ali o motor compressor e perguntar-me que está ali a fazer um motor compressor. Quer dizer, este é o pensamento ideal, por isso que é, digamos, o optimizado vai ao cinema, entretanto recebeu a informação de que tem flatulência para libertar, ele só dá um comando no smartphone e então o que acontece? Haverá um motor que irá tirar do sistema e irá carregar. Por isso, sei lá, um vaso, uma lata própria para ser reservado os fluidos, a flatulência, os gases. O motor vibra, o que é? É o motor que vai dar, digamos, os alarmes sensoriais para aqueles que são chamados os smartphones excluídos. Há pessoas que não lidam com o smartphone. Nós temos que pensar nisso também. Não é? O grupo de teclas, para que é? As pessoas são diferentes. Por isso, há pessoas que aguentam a flatulência, por exemplo, até determinada pressão. Há uns em que, por exemplo, as fezes são muito líquidas e para elas são fezes normais, há outras que são muito duras e por isso as fezes são normais, que é preciso, digamos, que cada sistema, o sistema em si, seja adaptável a cada doente. Ele é que vai dizer o que é bom, o que é mau. São 3, 4 botões, ainda temos que generalizar o tipo de botões e que ele, em função de 2, 3 toques, diz como é que está, como é que não está e como é que vai ativar o tipo de sensor. Neste momento, nós aprendemos ali a alimentação com o USB, mas o USB vai desaparecer. Vai ser o wireless charger, a carga, ou então vai ser, como é que é dizer, por indução. Por isso, o carregamento vai ser por indução, que é para nós termos o cuidado de isolarmos, ficar todo o produto suscetível de não ser invadido por água. Os sensores capacitivos, nós usamos 2 tipos de sensores. Um semicilíndrico, em que digamos, as fezes, neste caso, irão servir de eletro, e temos também ali um interdigital que vai servir de toque. De toque, quando chega alguma coisa à boca do estômago, ele estará logo à beira do estômago e quando, digamos, o saco, neste caso, na experiência que fizemos, usamos o preservativo. Isto vai ter de trabalhar com sacos muito fininhos, por isso, para este ser sensível, é para ele comunicar ao sistema de que, de facto, há alguma coisa e é preciso fazer uma ação. Os próprios detectores também terão que ter, digamos, um sensor de temperatura, porque há uma diferença entre o corpo basal e aquilo que vem dentro do corpo. Por isso, e vamos aproveitar essa leitura, essa diferença de temperatura, para exatamente poder dar uma ação ao dispositivo. Aqui está explicado, digamos, como é que faremos em blocos o microcontrolador, o AD76. Porque é que está ali o AD8515? Não precisávamos dele, mas é assim. O conversor é muito sensível e satura com muita facilidade. Ele tem apenas 4 picofarads de range de limite, por isso facilmente atinge. Então, para dar mais espaço, a própria Analog Device recomenda a utilização deste componente, que para, em vez de ser de 0 a 4, é de 0, por exemplo, a 23, 30 picofarads, o que dá mais espaço de manobra. O sensor de pressão, por isso, como falei atrás, temos o HX711, o SPD, pronto, que é um leitor de pressão, que futuramente irá ser substituído por outro, porque este tem um grande consumo, tem um consumo mais ou menos, este conjunto, ali temos mais ou menos 1 mA de consumo em contínuo, porque ele é uma ponto scan, por isso são resistências, não é? E temos o HX711, também tem mais ou menos 1400 microamperes, 1,4 miliamperes de consumo. Parece pouco, mas digamos, num sistema a pilhas, a bateria não, é muito, é bastante. Outra coisa relevante é que nós temos de colocar este tipo de material na parte superior do estômago. Por isso é que entra aqui o acelerómetro para saber em que posição está o doente. Porque se o doente estiver deitado ou estiver numa posição menor que aquela de que, por gravidade, digamos, as fezes caem, o sistema pode entupir, e bloqueia. É por isso que está em cima. Estamos aqui, damos a posição do doente, em que pensamos nós, neste momento, isso quando partirmos para os testes em vídeo, 45 graus para a verticalidade será o ideal, ou 30, 40, ainda não sabemos exatamente, isso é um dado a ver, porque só quando ele de facto se encontra de pé, ou para a atenção da verticalidade, é que o sistema estará autónomo e poderá trabalhar. O sensor de temperatura, como disse atrás, vai ser colocado sobre os sensores interdigitais. Estão duas soluções que nós encontramos. Poderia de outra forma, fizemos aquelas duas formas, porque o conversor, por si só, tem um termómetro muito estável e, se observada a temperatura 0,6 graus para mais entre, digamos, a parte do que está à boca do estômago e o basal, digamos, a temperatura do corpo, é sinal que está alguma coisa a sair. Então aí haverá, digamos, para o doente informação de que vai ter que estar atenção, vai ter que ir a uma casa de banho. O sensor de umidade, iremos trabalhar em 3 zonas. Há duas hipóteses aqui. Ou usamos um multiplexador e uma das portas de microcontrolador, ou usamos 3 portas de microcontrolador para sabermos, digamos, qual é, digamos, a percentagem de umidade que se encontra do estômago para fora. Por isso, quanto mais zona estiver atingida pela umidade, mais problemas vai ter o doente, não é? Porque mais irritabilidade na pele vai ter. Por isso, aquilo fará uma leitura de quanto está neste momento, se é a primeira zona, se é a segunda, se é a terceira zona. E ele, em função disso, vai ter que atuar. Porque há sempre fugas. Há maneiras de fugir às fugas, mas há sempre fugas. O processamento. Vamos investir num STM ou num RF, 32 bits, tecnologia ARM, e que tenha Bluetooth. Tem que ter Bluetooth Low Energy, porque senão não há possibilidade. Isto transmite dados, não transmite música, por isso é a ideia de minuto a minuto, liga 10 segundos, comunica os dados, ou até de meio minuto, digamos, são os testes parâmetros que temos que agora experimentar, e o doente, em função da informação que tem, vai atuar. O ESP32, de facto, era uma grande escolha, mas tem um grande problema. Tem um consumo muito grande. O ESP32, o ROM, há uma nova série agora, que é o ESP32, a série S, mas enquanto este é dual core, o outro é só um core, o novo. E tem um quarto apenas do consumo, do consumo do que tem, mas de qualquer forma é muito ainda, porque nós temos ali o STM32, o BW, com 5,2 mAh, com TX 0 dB de emissão, por isso é quando ele gasta mais, e temos o NRF com 4,8 mA emissão com TX 0 dB. Por isso a escolha à partida são um destes dois. Modo de alimentação. Isto aqui, nós estamos a pensar nas normas 54. As normas 54 diz ali, captação limitada com dentada do pó e alguma quanto ao spray de qualquer direção. Inicialmente nós pensámos isto, mas a ideia é ir para as IP 65, 66. Porque ser totalmente, quer dizer, pegar um dispositivo, metê-lo numa bacia, lavá-lo à mão, com a escova ou com qualquer coisa, que é para o utilizador usar de novo. Por isso, há dois sistemas. É este que estamos a apresentar e outro que ficará incluso junto ao estômago. Ou seja, vai ficar sujo de cada utilização. Então, o que o utilizador tem que fazer é pegar nele, ir a uma casa de banho, passar-lhe água e tudo no bolsilho. É nesse aspecto que estamos a pensar trabalhar. Os testes, por isso, obedecendo às normas ISO e 20916, atenção, estas normas não estão online. Não há possibilidade de descarregar online, não estão online. Por isso, sei que define boas práticas do planeamento do projeto. Pronto, é isso que temos que fazer, no caso concreto, para os testes in vitro. Para envio, temos as normas que tratam de biocompatibilidade da capacidade dos produtos, que é as normas 10.973 e, por sua vez, a 6.391, que trata exatamente dos casos otimizados. Isto que é? Vende sempre a situação do cliente. O que nos interessa a nós é que o cliente seja satisfeito. O consumo. O consumo, digamos, da parte, digamos, da parte ativa, da parte eletrónica, anda pelos, em trabalho, 9.753 microamperes. Por isso, 9,7 mA. Mas nós temos que contar com uma coisa. O SPD, como é resistível, gasta, ele e o AX611 gasta aproximadamente 1,6 mA, com os 9,8, quer dizer, dará em trabalho 11,4 mA de consumo. Isto tirando a parte dos motores, que nem sequer falo nessa parte. Estamos a falar só da parte que é conhecida, porque não sei as vezes que isto vai trabalhar, por simplesmente são incógnitas que não têm resposta para elas, porque só agora ao experimentar, ou colocar, digamos, os dispositivos nos doentes, é que vamos ver quais são os consumos, para que tempo é que dá. Se pegarmos numa bateria de 380 mA, dará aproximadamente 33 horas de trabalho, quer dizer, dia sim, dia não, ele vai ter que carregar. Isto se trabalhar em contínuo, mas se trabalhar naquele minuto que falei inicialmente, trabalhar minuto a minuto, 10 segundos, então a bateria dará para mais dias. O preço. Os preços aqui são um bocado estratosféricos. O material comprado em Portugal, na casa de referência, na Farnell, na Mauser, um protótipo ficará por perto de 45 euros. O mesmo material comprado na AliExpress fica apenas por 16 euros. E isto é verdade. E eu não defendo os chineses, mas de facto a qualidade do material agora é boa. Eu prefiro esperar mais uma semana e comprar material na AliExpress, porque de facto compensa. Em termos monetários compensa. Eu sei que de facto a nossa indústria tem que ser apoiada, mas eu tenho que baixar o preço disto. Isto é, digamos, um elemento que para muita gente, há muita gente com muito dinheiro que é otimizado, mas há também muita gente pobre que não pode pagar um aparelho destes. Eu tenho que pôr com o melhor preço. Eu disse inicialmente que há 3 anos era diferente, não é? Muita coisa surgiu. Do lado esquerdo é o que existe, naquela, digamos, na escritura do projeto. Do lado direito é aquilo que nós propomos como novidade. E acrescentamos cerca de 14 coisas novas à tecnologia. Ou seja, não prometemos, iremos tentar fazer, não é? Neste momento estamos nessa discussão, e as nossas normas são pelo menos normas as 65, os IP65, ou seja, protegido de umidade, protegido de pó. O cronograma, por isso nós, feito o ano curricular, feita a revisão da literatura e, digamos, do estado da arte, neste momento estamos, e feita também parte da recolha do corpo clínico, neste momento estamos na modelagem dos sensores. Já não está exatamente como foi apresentado na altura da proposta da tese, está um bocado diferente, pronto, é a evolução do trabalho, por isso, mas eu só tinha esta preparada, a outra ainda está, digamos, em negociação com os orientadores, por isso, é por isso que só traz essa parte aqui. Ora, da pergunta inicial, de que modo a tecnologia sensorial a ser usada num sistema de alerta inteligente para doentes ostomizados pode melhorar, digamos, a vida das pessoas. Pronto, nós sabemos que o projeto Ciência Nuance Tecnológica permite ao utilizador saber o que está na boca do estômago para tentar antecipar-se ou ter uma ação antecipada ao que pode fazer, e assim pensámos dar-lhe a ele um estilo de vida diferente. De novo, o que disse inicialmente, isto apenas só vai melhorar socialmente, conseguido o projeto, melhorar socialmente, digamos, a parte do indivíduo. Atenção que isto são materiais, nada deles são invasivos, tudo trabalha fora do estômago, por isso não traz problemas acrescidos de por trás outras instituições hospitalares, em dúvida se é tóxico, não é tóxico, não sei o que mais. Diferencia um bocado as coisas. Esta é a biografia que segui na apresentação. Estou disponível para qualquer dúvida que queiram, qualquer pergunta que tenham. Obrigado pelo vosso tempo.
Obrigado, Isaías. Alguma questão?
Sim, posso fazer uma. Neste momento sabe mais ou menos qual é a divisão entre estes sistemas ativos e passivos utilizados pelos pacientes?
O que há no mercado são os passivos. Eles são aos pontapés. Exatamente. Mas os ativos, há 3 anos atrás, para procurar na net havia um ou outro. Houve uma explosão, de facto, de investigação, muita gente a investigar, e está muita coisa, quer dizer, a ser vendidos a público, não conheço nenhum.
Então os médicos ainda não começaram, se calhar...
Não sei, isso é uma informação a informação que eu tenho a nível do Hospital de Braga, por isso, neste momento, quer dizer, qual é o problema que está por trás disto tudo? Os doentes lutam contra a flatulência. Diz que é o pior que pode acontecer. É estarem em público e aquilo, sem controle nenhum, faz um basqueiro, e as pessoas sentem-se mal. Isso que é o grande problema. E depois, outro problema que traz é, digamos, junto ao estômago, digamos, a irritação causada pelos fluidos fecais. O pH é diferente e ataca os fluidos fecais e isso é problemático. Sim, mas primeiro temos que apresentar um produto, não é? Apresentar um produto e depois dar aos médicos. O Hospital de Braga, neste momento, está disponível. Havia aqui, por questões operacionais, havia aqui um professor da universidade, que era o professor agora branca. Por isso que digamos, dá apoio médico, mas por questões concretas foi necessário tirar, digamos, um dos orientadores, porque senão era complicado. E assim, não faz parte, mas faz parte, digamos, dando o seu contributo.